Cayman's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Good morning, Sandy. Happy Friday.
Hey, good morning, Blake. Can't believe it. First Friday of 2023, right?
Yeah, it's going well so far.
Nice.
What do you got for us this morning?
Okay. So $10,000 reward being offered by Davenport Development in relation to a burglary at one of their properties that's under development in South Sound, the Bahia site, which is near the Hurley's, that particular entrance and exit. Hurley's roundabout. So some guys went and stole $75,000 worth of electrical equipment.
Wow.
Yes, two of them. And the manhunt, as you might say, is now on, and Davenport is offering a $10,000 reward for anyone who can provide information that will allow these guys to be successfully arrested and prosecuted. They say they may never get the material back, but they want to send a very strong message that this type of burglary or theft is absolutely unacceptable.
It seems like if it's, special electrical equipment, it's not the kind of thing that you can use and not be seen not using it. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure how bright these thieves are, but not only that, but they seem to know exactly what they were doing. So they went to a specific container. So people are really putting on their thinking caps. They're a sleuth now, and they're saying, wait a minute, this looks like an inside job.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see. But hey, 10 grand is up for grabs. So go watch the video. We're going to post it up again today. You might recognize one guy. You could see his hairline, the eyebrows. So there are some things that if you know them, you could probably figure out exactly who they are.
Yeah. Or hey, you know what? Have a good conscience and
put
it back. No questions asked.
Right reasons, but you know how that goes. Sometimes people need a little bit of motivation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the Cayman Islands Heart Fund has encouraged everyone to get CPR training. This comes after the Buffalo Bills defensive back at Damar Hamlin, I believe that's how he pronounces his name, went into cardiac arrest on Monday after an American football game.
That was during.
Yeah, this is pretty shocking. He was tackled, and a couple seconds later, he's walked away and he just dropped. And apparently he had a massive heart attack, and he's been in intensive care since then. He did wake up yesterday. His heartbeat was restored on the field before he was transported to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. And he did wake up yesterday. They said he's still critical, but they're hopeful that he'll make a full recovery. He is writing. He's not speaking yet. And apparently his first question was, who won the game? So he's not even aware that the game and the competition was halted because of his injuries. And it was quite dramatic.
They say that he's got all of his faculties. There was no, because they gave him, to go to your point, they gave him CPR on the field for 9 minutes.
Yes.
Which kept his brain intact. And the reason why he's not speaking right now is because he's on a ventilator.
Right.
So,
he did get CPR trained and certified. In fact, that's a reminder for myself because I'm not currently certified. I have been in the past. So it's a great thing to do. And also businesses to have AEDs. I think homes should have them too, because gosh, you just never know. But I think all public spaces should also have AEDs, which are, very, very, they'll restart the heart mechanically if something happens to someone. So, yeah.
Yeah, we have one here, and I would love nothing more than to have the chance one day to just shock my boss.
But, you have it there, but how many people have been trained how to use it?
Yeah, not many. And I only said that just to be funny. I hope I don't.
You that anyone at DMS Broadcasting would actually know what to do. Or people probably don't even know that it's like you see it and you don't see it. You know what I mean? So it's on the wall.
I will say this. First, let me say I was just kidding because I hope I never have to use it. But what the machine does is verbally command you as you use it on what to do. So it's almost like directions, navigational directions, where it's like in 500 feet, turn left. It tells you put this on, this location, put that. Now press this button. So it's built in. The verbal commands are built into some of these machines.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we wish him the best of luck in
Yeah.
a really heart touching and heart wrenching, no pun intended situation.
By the
So
way, just on the trail of that, the news this morning is that they're not going to reschedule that game. They're going
I saw
to
that last night. Good. Yeah. Out of
they're trying to well, they're trying to figure out how to it was the last game of the season, so they're trying to figure out how,
oh, they're
how
going to select a winner.
the playoffs will be selected. Yeah, the playoff teams. So,
Right. Interesting. Huh. All right. Well, El Chapo's son has been arrested in Mexico. This is very, very interesting. Some Mexican authorities arrested Ovidio Guzman, who is the son of notorious drug lord El Chapo Guzman,
mhm.
in a dramatic operation in a northern state.
I think you froze up again.
And you gotta see the
Yeah. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. That's the second day in the row that's happened. We're going to move on from CMR this morning. She's going to jump on Bobo 89.1 FM right now. So catch her show
him in the
there
custody
if you
before,
like
and
to.
that didn't last.
Otherwise, we're going to play a game called
The
Nail That Down coming up
Sinaloa
next,
cartel is
which
very, very powerful in
is or
Mexico. And
has
normally,
a
what they
jackpot of
do is
$400.
they start to
And
destroy
that's on the
neighborhoods,
way.
and
This
they send a very, very clear
segment brought
message
to
to
you
the government.
exclusively on
So
Kiss
the
FM by
last time he
Justice
was in
Hospital. They've
custody,
been providing exceptional medical care to Cayman for over 20 years, and with their team of international.
did our connection drop again? I'm going to kill my internet provider. All right, folks, connection dropped again just now. I really need to escalate this to Flow. Hold on a second. Let me all right. I don't know what's been going on. Ugh. Good morning, everyone, by the way. I'm annoyed. Let me get on this because my connection literally just dropped again. I don't know why it's happening at this particular time every morning. Mm. Mm-mm. All right. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm just annoyed. I don't know what's going on with my connection. Like, seriously, this is the third day now. This is my New Year present from Flow, I think. My connection is dropping. We've had this issue before where it was randomly dropping, and they didn't know and couldn't say why. And thank God for Marlon, because he is in the world of IT. So he was able to provide them with logs so that he could prove to them that it was dropping, and then they could do something. I think last time it was an issue up by the polls. All right, I've just messaged a few people. That's what I was typing there, saying, listen, y'all better get on this and fix it fast. All right. Good morning, everyone.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, beaver grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right, folks. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Buenos dias. Don't know what's going on with my connection, but I have noticed it all 3 days in a row now that we've been on air that it is dropping, and it is definitely something on my end because it disconnects the radio connection, and it actually disconnects with Blake as well. So I need to get a hold of Flo on an urgent basis. to get this sorted out, because these are the things that will frustrate me. Yes. Unlike most people, a quick dropout, and it literally is just a second or so, is something that I notice. It's like when I have customers who have these streaming boxes and they say to me, "Oh, Sandy, I've got the best internet in the world." And I go to their homes and I just sit there and shake my head and I say, actually, no, you're not. No, you don't. And they say, "Well, I'm experiencing this buffering, this." I said, "That's because you don't have the best internet in the world right now." And, I must say, to be quite honest, Flow has been the most solid for that situation for the last couple of years, without a doubt. But it's still a matter of clients understanding how these things work. If you have a quick dropout, you're like, "Oh, well, I'm on my phone, I'm on my Wi-Fi." You're not likely to see it because you are on something that the phone will pick up, the LTE, the regular network will pick up if the Wi-Fi drops out. So these are not things that you tend to notice, but there's certain types of things that you do on a regular basis that will definitely allow you to know how reliable your connection is. When you're doing things like streaming, any type of streaming, these streaming boxes, what I do is a form of streaming, your connection has got to be rock solid, because you literally, if it isn't, you do literally notice it every single time. So today's Friday. I need to get this issue fixed as soon as possible. So I will reach out to them. I've got super fast internet, so it's not an issue of speed. It's an issue of something is causing it to drop out. And so I wish I could say what that something is, but I can't. I have no clue. Last time it was something on the pole, something happened. I don't know. All right. Good morning, everyone. But you can see, and this is what I tell people, this is work for me. I love what I do, but this is also my job. And if I can't do my job well and to a certain standard, then I am not going to be a happy camper. Because my expectations are high of myself to be able to get the job done. Okay. I'm the boss, but I got to hold myself accountable too at some level, right? So yes, honey child, I'm messaging a few people Flow right now saying, please get this. I don't know what's shaking. I don't know if there's something that happened outside at the pole. Maybe a woodpecker chewed on the fiber. Who knows? Fiber can be very, very, it's a conduit that gives you faster connections, lightning speed, but it is also the downside of fiber it is delicate. So you can bend fiber a lot easier than copper. There's even fiber HDMI cables. I was having a look at something the other day talking about the benefit of using a fiber connection, and fiber connection using a fiber HDMI cable. And they're great, except that if you have to use them like around corners, around bends and stuff like that, you don't want to do that, because they don't work very well for that purpose, because the bend in the fiber will cause you issues. And I have literally I've seen customers of mine complain, and then I say, oh, wow, this is not normal. Something's going on. And then when the technician goes out, they're like, yeah, we literally found a lizard that got into a little hole where they were running the fiber through the house. And the lizard started to gnaw on the fiber because he wanted to get into the person's house. And there's just a little hole right there. And he was trying to make it bigger. So he gnawed on the cable. And that little bite from a lizard was causing them connection issues. It wasn't a complete failure, but it was impacting the quality of the connection. So good morning to Irvelyn. Good morning, Cheryl. We're trying to get that sorted out. Good morning to Olivia. Hopefully we're good on radio. I've not seen any complaints because I quickly reconnected it. So let me just go through a few messages here and see what's going on. So we've got a guest who's going to be joining us for a little bit this morning about a situation. So we'll see if she's able to come on. And then we got a whole slew of things to talk about. What a mess. Irvelin, yes, that's a lot of money, honey child. Somebody says, excellent on radio. Thank you for the thumbs up. It's good to know. Sujit is here. First time I believe I'm seeing you for the new year. Sujit, happy new year. Olivia, Orlean says, good morning, everyone. God bless you richly. Thank you so much. Miss Sanya is in the house. Diamond Princess is also here. Robert, good morning to you. Wee Miss Sonia. So nice to see you, Miss Sonia. Yes, I noticed that when I was doing something else, Miss Sonia. So thanks for the reminder. Miss Olive has it locked. Okay, let me see here now. Any news on the hotels taking over the beaches? So we talked about that on, what did you say, Friday? Was it yesterday? We discussed that, yes. So go back to that show and you'll get a good explanation. It's not that they're taking over the beaches. They actually own the property. KK says flow is trash, always dropping out. To be honest, let me be very, very honest. We have had it happen before. And because I understand a little bit about how technology works, I know that there are things that will happen, even with the best providers in the world. In fact, let me say this. Over the holidays, I did a video for Flow where I talked about how getting fiber in particular in the Lower Valley, Newlands area, and they were the first to make it here they beat everybody else by like 2 years, right? Really made a difference in my ability to be able to do this show. I don't know if you guys remember when we first started this show, it was on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. You can go back over 2 years ago when 2019, we started the evening show. 2 years ago, we started doing it every single morning. And I must say that the connection was so bad because the upload speeds is what I need to be good and consistent. That was so bad that literally you might as well have not even watched me. You could just listen because the audio normally was okay. But the visual was so fuzzy and blurry. And I mean, it was a hot mess. Yeah. The week that we went into lockdown, and you guys know, like I said, Marlon's, he's in IT. He's a manager in IT. And although he doesn't really work for me in any capacity, these are husband and wife benefits. So if I beg for a little favor, he will do things for me. So if I need my computer up and running, he's my go-to guy. Thank God I don't have to pay anybody to do any of that stuff, right? So some people are like, oh, he works for CMR. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even know what's going on CMR. He doesn't read CMR. He's not into the SUS. That's just not his cup of tea. He's not really in news like that. He watches IT news, tech news, and that's it. But anyway, he doesn't get involved in politics. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. So he will do certain things for me. And I remember the week that we were going in lockdown, he'd been working on it for a while, constantly on Flow saying, hey, when is fiber going to reach our road, our house? Because what was happening was fiber was available to like the exchange box, but not directly to your house. So you got it down the road and then it was copper still piping into your house. And that little distance, as little as you might think it is, makes a really, really huge difference. Yeah. So the week that the government put us into lockdown for COVID was a week that we got fiber. And I'm telling you the God's honest truth, because when I did my my testimony, a lot of people were like, but weren't you cussing Flow? And then I said, listen, and I really hope that people understand this. And this is why even when companies sometimes you're like, oh, Sandy doesn't like us. And then I'm like, no corporation can really say that I don't like them. I'm trying to think hard about this before I make that statement. You know how I feel about these exclusive statements as well. But no, honestly, I don't. My brain doesn't really operate in that way. My brain focuses on the issue. So I might be perturbed and upset and whatever about a specific issue, customer service or drop lines or whatever, but it has nothing to do with the entire organization. And companies like Flow, CUC, these are at their core really decent companies, and they employ primarily Caymanians. And that's why I go to bat for them whenever I see them interjecting non-qualified, questionable foreign people in the mix of management. Because I'm like, hold on a second. Y'all been here for donkey years. You mean to tell me that you don't have a Caymanian who can fill that management position yet after 40, 50 years? It's like, come on now. You got to be joking. Because I know that they're really good companies and they really do provide a much needed service. They provide it at a level. Although we don't always appreciate it, they do provide it at a level that is considered highly reliable. Yeah. So when I did the testimonial for Flow, I was actually in Fort Lauderdale at the time, staying just for a couple of days with some, this was pre-Christmas, staying with some of Marlon's relatives. And I can tell you, when it comes to internet, Flow is top notch, even compared to some providers in the big United States of America. Y'all might want to believe it, but you take my word for it, because I was having a painstaking time trying to upload and trying to do stuff, trying to work remotely. And so the week of the lockdown, we literally got fiber days before we went into lockdown. And that made a significant difference in our ability to be able to, my ability, I should say, to be able to do the show in the mornings, to be able to stream the what was it that we were having every single day? The press conferences and all that kind of stuff, right? I needed that fiber connection. You guys would have no idea how painful it would have been if I didn't have fiber trying to do those exact same tasks. So I do what I do thanks to technology, but I need my technology to be rock solid and reliable. And any little glitches in the system, I need to get on it. So anybody from Flow listening this morning, please link me so that we can get this sorted out. Yeah. So Jonathan saying that Logic is better. I tell you what, Logic has been really, really slow in terms of their deployment of fiber. So I can't say that they're any better if they're not even available in most sections. And I haven't found them. When I did have them, because I did have them for business purposes, I wouldn't say that they were any better. I think the difference with Logic and Flow, and I do understand that Flow is going to be addressing this issue hopefully in the first quarter of this year, is that Flow's customer service, and I don't know whose brilliant idea this was, has been outsourced overseas. And I personally believe that that is a huge mistake. You call the number to report something, they barely speak English, they don't know anything about Cayman, and it's just frustrating. So I think the call center for that aspect of Flow's business needs to be brought back locally, and we need to have that here. The local technicians, the guys on the ground, DOS and not DOS. I was thinking Solomon. I was like, is it DOS? No. What's his name again? Oh gosh. What's Carl's brother's name again? Oh Lord, have mercy. Delford and those guys, from the technician perspective. What's the other one's name? He also works for the funeral home. I always think of the funeral home when I think of him. It's on the tip of my tongue now. Wardley. There we go. Thank you. Wardley. I mean, those guys have been doing this forever. They know their stuff. Yeah. But I just need one of them to call me this morning, because after dropping out 3 days in a row now, I need to get it sorted. All right. So Let's get to her guest because I know that she is having a bit of a time this morning with a situation. This is an extra little bit of sus, our first sus session of the day. I'm just going to download some of the files and stuff that she has sent me here on WhatsApp because she's having a situation with the other woman. Lord Jesus, take the wheel and send us some grace and delivery this morning. So this young lady, let me introduce what the sus is about. And I think she has an appointment with a psychiatrist or something this morning because she's saying that this woman is harassing her. And this is so incredibly interesting. But, you know, we were talking a little bit about cheating yesterday. And so sometimes the cheateration completely goes in the wrong direction, where the other party, the other man or the woman really gets in their feelings, I guess, and gets really upset about the situation. And I think they're taking it out on the wrong person. Like the person you need to take it out on is not the opposing, what you see as the opposing party. It's the person who got you in the mix. So the husband in this case should be the one that she demonstrates her frustration. But anyway, let's bring her in and we're going to hear all of the details from this young lady this morning. So good morning. How are you?
Morning, I'm fine.
Okay, my dear Chal. So give us a little bit of background information on what you say, because you reached out to us earlier in the month, last month, saying that, you know, you've been dealing with a particular young lady who's harassing you and a lot of drama. And so tell us what is this all about?
Okay, so basically, all right, her recollection is 3 years ago. 3 years now, she and my husband been having an affair and so forth, right? I remember like when it started, she's the type of she would based on like recap now that everything is happening, I can say that she's the type of person whenever she's like when she found out that my husband was married, her aim was to always get evidence so she can send to me just in case, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, a relationship with your husband, not knowing he's a married man.
Yeah, so she used to post stuff, and I remember one time I reached out on Instagram and I was like, you know that he's married, that's my husband, blah blah whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
She just laughed. She laughed and so forth. I didn't follow up anymore because at that time me and my husband was like, I was like, okay, I see this evidence, whatever. You choose because I can't do this, right? Then when I was pregnant at the time, then I was in hospital. I had a C-section. The night after coming out of the C-section.
And you were just to be clear, you were pregnant for your husband.
Yes.
Oh Lord, have mercy. And
the night after, when I was coming out the C-section, after coming out the C-section recovery, she called me like, I want to know where you and my, like, she asked him what me and him have. I was like, what are you talking about? He's my husband. I told you that. What can a husband and a wife has? A marriage, right?
I mean, it might not be a very good one, but I guess.
I know. And apparently, like, she just from then, she just been sending me everything. So my husband now then say, all right, I want to work on my family, blah, blah. We've been trying to work on my family. But like, man, if they see a stray cat out there that is always fishing at them, they're gonna grab to it. That's my assumption, right? But it's just every chance if he sees her, if she sees him or whatever. Like the other day, I'm home with my husband. I was off work and I was home with my husband. I know for sure, right? So she called because I want peace and so forth. I was like, me and my husband not together. Leave me alone. You understand? Leave me alone. And she called and she was like, you around her. That's why you telling me you don't want to be with me and so forth, right? My husband was like, no, I'm not around her. And even if I'm around her, I just want you to leave me alone. You know what she did? She contacted her family members and tell her that day on her way to work, my husband abused her. She sent pictures to her family member of spots on her leg. So my husband was like, what? The family member reached out to her and was like, why you don't leave her alone? Because you're abusing her. My husband was like, what are you talking about? And she said, yes, this picture. And my husband was like, no, I was home with
All
my
right, so tell me,
child.
let's back up a second because the story sounds a little bit disjointed. How long has your husband been carrying on this relationship with this other woman for?
Okay, so men don't ever be honest, and he's like, oh, all the times that then you say that she says that we were together, that wasn't true. You understand?
Well, we're
So
going to
I'm
believe
not.
her probably over him in terms of that part of the story. So, how long has she said that they've been carrying on for?
3 years back and forth, 3 years.
All right. And how long have you been married to this fool for?
My 4 years,
You've been married. Wow. So he was
but
even
we
on
was
the
together for
honeymoon.
7 years.
Jeez on peace. All right. Where's the husband from? Just curious.
Here,
He's Caymanian. And the other woman?
Dominican,
Dominican. Oh, yes. Hot mess. And you're from where, my dear Jill?
Jamaica.
All right. Okay. So you married for a year and he starts carrying on with this woman. Any idea how they met or how this relationship started?
Okay, so we were living together in an apartment. So the apartment that we were living together in, it has like different sections, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of her friend was living across from us.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently she used to come. I don't know how it went on. She used to come over to see the friend or whatever, and she saw my husband, and yeah.
Okay. All right. So the two of them started a physical relationship. At some point, she obviously knows that your husband is married. He tells you that he wants to work on the relationship and supposedly he's breaking things off with this woman. So your allegations now is that this woman, despite your husband claiming that he wants to end it with her, that this woman continues to harass you and to make your life miserable. So some of the things she's doing, you're mentioning something about she's accusing your husband of assaulting her.
Well, but that's not my issue. But
Yeah.
I'm just showing you like the stuff that I see with my own eyes now, and
Mhm.
how vindictive she can be. Because I remember one time, right after I had my baby come out of hospital, now she had me and she was just calling me off, posting stuff, make sure I see it on WhatsApp and so forth, right?
Mm.
And
So
sending me stuff,
how
and I
does she
couldn't.
have access to me? This is very concerning, though. How does she
Uh-huh.
have access to your child?
Okay, so apparently my husband said that because all right, there was a night
You see,
when she called
this is,
me.
let me, before you even tell us this part now, let me tell you
Mhm.
something. This is where your so-called husband would really have some answers, some questions to answer, because
That's where. That's
nobody,
why.
under no
Hmm.
circumstances, no mix up, no cheating or whatever, would this other woman be having access to my child
Exactly.
through him.
Exactly.
So it sounds to me like you need to be talking to him.
But that's what I did after a while. I calmed down and I said, explain to me
Yeah.
how this happened. You
Yeah.
understand?
Hmm.
So his explanation was, I know the type of person she is because she messed with me more than how she messed with him, like mentally, right?
Hmm.
So he said, I remember one night she called me, and this one I had an episode where I did go to the police, and I was like, if she don't back off, I'm gonna kill her. I have it on
Hmm.
record. I'm at that point. As I tell you, I have an appointment shortly that I have
Hmm.
to go deal with,
Yeah. Because this is
which because of
impacting
what
your
she put
mental
me
health.
through. So she called me, and I literally lost it. Right, I
Mm.
lost it big time. My husband was beside me, and like I was shouting and going on. Like I felt like if I had catch her then, that would have been my jail time and her life sentence, life whatever it is, right?
Hmm.
So my husband was like, I'm gonna fix it. However I need to fix it, I'm gonna fix it. But this I don't know. This is story, right?
Hmm.
I at the time I did not know what he mean by fix it or whatever. So he said he reached out to her and he was like, because she's the type of person, if you try to be nice to her, like if you try to be aggressive with her, she's not going to listen. So he said that, he said, can we have a sit down, can we talk? I just want to have a talk with you. And she was like, no, I'm not leaving my house, I'm not leaving my house. So he was like, all right, I'm going to come, you come outside and we talk, right?
Hmm.
He said when he pull up there, she said she's not coming outside. So she was like, she wanted him to come by the door. He said when he went by the door with the baby, he left the car on and somebody was beeping the horn. But the friend came out and answered the door. Her friend came out and answered the door. So he was like to the friend, can you hold the baby for me? I coming right back. I gonna move the car. So in that space of time, he said, friend took the baby in the house and she make sure say she captured that video really fast so she could have that evidence to send to me just in case they pull up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the story he gives me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he hasn't proven himself to be the most trustworthy person in the world. So let's have a look at what you've sent in terms of some of the evidence, right? So Alejandro says, oh no, she's Dominican. You're screwed. So
I am screwed, trust me.
Dominican women have a certain reputation,
So
apparently.
and the other day, I said to her, because I realized what she was doing, I said to her, I'm not going to leave my husband, so you're going to have me to deal with. She sent back a message, oh, and I'm not going to leave him either, so you're going to have me to deal with.
Lord Jesus. No, sir. All right. So I'm going to play a video here, and then you have to explain to us what it is that we're looking at.
Se le olvidó contarte. Pero tú me tenías que contar esto. Te voy a mira, Kay, te voy a mira, te voy a comprar un celular para que me llame y te me cuente lo que hace tu papá, ¿sí? ¿Sí o no? Que no.
How old's your baby, honey child?
He's almost 2.
He's almost 2. So here she is laughing and having access to your baby and talking to him in Spanish. The baby has 2 pencils in his hand, which is what I'm concerned about more than anything else.
Yeah, me too.
Poking himself and whatever the pencil. She doesn't seem
exactly
to take them from. She doesn't seem concerned to take it from the baby.
No, because she's concerned of taking the video so I can get it.
Oh, so she just sent this to you to be able to show you that.
And that's,
husband
you know what time she sent that to me? 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. Because it's New Year's and I think my husband didn't reach out to her. So she make sure sending me that. And that, she didn't take that as she didn't send that as she took it. That's been months because my son's arm is fractured now, right? In that picture, my son never had a fractured arm. You understand? In that video, as you can see, my son didn't have on a cast. And my son has a cast almost 2 months now. So she had that video waiting for the perfect time.
Wow. What a mess. So she, you're saying then essentially is like purposely gathering all this information and sending it to you in order to sort of, I guess, get under your skin. And it seems to be working, that's for sure. All right, tell me about this next one here. What is this?
This girl posted my child picture on her Facebook, my son video.
So this is same video, but this is her posting it on Facebook?
Sorry?
This video is posted on Facebook by who?
Yes, she posted on her Facebook.
Oh, okay. So
can I tell you something what she did and what I recognize that she did? She sent me the one that she's speaking Spanish because she know that I didn't understand it. What she was saying in Spanish is, because I got my friend to translate, she was saying, I'm going to get you a phone so that you can take a picture so I can call you so you can tell me what your dad is doing. That's what she was saying to my son. Now she posts this one on Facebook so her family and friends can see that, think that she has a good relationship with my son. So you see, she kissing him up and she's not saying anything in return. You know, she did not put the one that it's saying that she and the man not together. You understand?
Oh, so you're saying that these are 2 different videos of the baby is taken at the same time because it looks like he's wearing the same shirt. Okay.
Or she knows what to crop out and what to put on Facebook. Like she wants to make it seem like, yeah, he loves me. He bring the baby by all the time and we have good relationship. You understand? Because on that video, you would see where she's trying to kiss my baby, but my baby wasn't responding to her. My baby was
Yeah,
just
it looks like
watching the
she's kissing
TV.
his little feet or something.
Sorry?
It looks like she's trying to kiss his feet.
No, but I didn't send you the whole thing. So she tried to kiss his feet first, and then she turned and she start kissing him on his cheek. She put up her mouth like she want him to kiss her, but he was focusing on the TV. So she start kissing the baby on the cheek.
Oh, okay. Lord Jesus. And you could understand as a mother who's listening to this, and as a wife, this is the kind of thing that might actually make you go a little bit crazy for real. So wow. Mm. So does this woman have any children of her own?
No, oh yeah, that's the next thing. So allegedly she have kids for my husband. She's like, I have a kid and the baby's back home.
Well, I would believe that, child. You see, he Caymanian, so
When her family reached out to my husband was like, please ask, because a lot of stuff that I say you don't believe. Ask her mother now if she have a kid back home. Her parents confirm no, she don't have a child, but in her head she have a child for my husband. No one has ever seen her with a big belly. She's never posed picture of a big belly. She don't want to post her child, but she's posting my child.
All right, we got a caller who wants to join the conversation. 1 second, honey child. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Oh my gosh. Hold on 1 second. I can't hear you. Hold on. I gotta make sure this is plugged in properly. Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, I say what a mix up.
Oh my goodness, it's you. Listen, first of all, let me extend my condolences. I don't know if you heard our show on Tuesday, but we are aware that you've lost the most important woman in your life. So we definitely, have been thinking a lot about you.
Yeah, thank you, and at least we got to smell the roses together, and thank you very much for
yes,
a beautiful Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah, but I say what a mix up. This poor woman. Like the person said, she's from where? Yeah, you're finished. I hear that all over the place. That that you say you shouldn't paint everybody with the same brush, but this sounds like a horror story.
Really sad, to be honest. What a mess. I mean,
and I didn't tell you this part. This part what bugs me so much, that the police is not doing all they can. One day I was in Windsor Park and I was dropping my son off, right? My husband was supposed to pick me up, but I walked over to drop the baby ahead of time. And you know that she stopped me and she drove me down. She parked over across the center to see where I was going and who was picking me up. And my husband came and leave me alone, leave me and my family alone. And she was just driving us down the entire way. A lady saw me and she was like, I don't know you, but your husband loves you. Go to your husband. And she was just driving us down the entire way, building traffic, everything.
Wow.
It was not scary, because I know that I will lick her down. I'm telling you, I know I will lick the shit out of her.
You want it to get to that point, and that's why you're here, because you're saying that, you want the situation to stop. You want the police to step up and help you a bit more. And that's really the purpose of this. I mean, yes, it's interesting to hear all the salacious details of somebody else's hot mess of a life, but really the real situation here is that we're trying to get you the help that you need, because you're going to see a therapist this morning. You are a mother, and this is something that's impacting your mental health. So what do you think is a solution here? I'm just looking at her social media profile. I don't know if she's on Instagram, but honey child, I'm not sure what you look like, but your husband is probably being fooled by the outward appearances of this situation. Morning, caller.
Yeah, it is me again.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you are all touched it right on what I was holding on to ask you about the uniform services, our kind of agencies before we had border control. How can they assist this woman with her situation? Me, children and family, police, and my pet people, the immigration. How can some forces be brought to bear on this situation and this circumstance?
All right, we're asked the question. Thank you, caller.
Okay, bye.
All right, honey. So, I mean, Charlene's asking what help can be provided to you. Like I said, I mean, I had to go on social media and have a look because, of course, I'm actually very curious as to what this woman is up to. And so I see this here. Let me just show people for the benefit of our viewers what it is that we're looking at. So this is her. Quite an interesting profile pictures. I'm going to put these up a little bit larger so everybody can see. What do you think is the attraction for your husband? I mean, she looks like she has a designer body. Is this what's making your husband go loco en la cabeza, or what?
I have no idea. I asked my husband. He said, I think men greedy and men nowadays are just, I don't want to say age difference or what it is. I can't. I don't know because I'm not a man and I'm not a runaround person. So I can't tell like I don't even go party. I goes to church. I work church. That's me. You understand?
How old is your husband? You said an age difference. Is he much
32.
older, much younger?
32. And
So
I'm 28.
You're thinking maybe he's just immature?
I don't know because we go to church now together. We do everything together now. Like, like he's trying to show that he's changing. We do everything together. And that's why when she sends certain stuff to me, I'm like, where do you have time? You understand?
Wow. So some people are saying that maybe she is, offering him services between the sheets that most normal women won't offer. But let me ask you this question, because I mean, clearly someone just says your husband is at fault, and without a doubt, I mean, we're not. I think that we oftentimes focus on the other woman when it's their spouses who made the commitment to us. He's the one who put as Beyonce said, he's the one who put the ring on it.
Yeah.
So he's the one who's responsible for this whole fiasco of a situation. But I mean, I do look at it and I think to myself, what was the attraction even? What was it that made your husband, is he just a cheater? Like maybe he's always been a cheater and you just didn't know it. And this is just the latest one, and this one is pretty bold from what you've said.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I do blame my husband, and he tells me he blames himself and whatever. You understand? But as you say, he might be a cheater, and I didn't know. But that's why I'm out here, because she's the only one that, being so like she pushed my husband out the picture, and she wanted to just be me and her. You understand? Like she's doing everything in her power to get at me, and that's why I reach out, because it's not about even him anymore. You understand? It's about me. Like I think that she's so obsessed with me because I'm the wife, and as you say, I might not be looking all Beyonce body like her. So she's like, why is he back with his wife? Why don't he left his wife for me? Because that's what she wanted. She wanted for him to leave his wife, because those are stuff that she would always tell me. Oh, he soon leave you for me. He soon leave you for me. You understand?
Yeah. Well, people are saying that you might have been the nicest Jamaican they've ever come across, because most Jamaicans would have already dealt with her in a very different kind of way.
And listen to me now. This Jamaican, because I have a son and I constantly think about my son and my daughter. You understand? This Jamaican, I know I'm not gonna go around her and beat her, because I did, and I can admit I did went by her house and try to kick down her door. But that little hoe had a lot good. You understand? Because the police wasn't helping me. and I felt like I had to go to the truth. This Jamaican is not gonna go by her and beat her. This Jamaican is gonna go by her and kill her. You understand?
We don't like you said, you don't want that because obviously you do have children.
I
And
really don't want that, and that's why I've been trying my very hardest to go to the police station. Even
yeah.
when they look at me and laugh at me because she knows a lot of police and whatever, she's well connected,
Mm-hmm.
I still go there. You understand? I sit there for hours.
Oh my gosh. So Stacey says
Because
the police are not going to do anything because they're in the same situation. Most of them
no,
can't wait.
I know.
Oh my.
There's like a female and a lady, like a male and a female police that has been really, really, really good. But the
Yeah.
last time they called me,
Curious
they're
as
off
to
for
who
4 days.
people are curious as to who your husband is.
I won't tell nobody that. Sorry.
You know by the end of the show we can know anyway.
I know that. I know that. But
So this young lady, where does she work?
she's between Wellies and Mastiff. But I know she don't work at Wellies anymore. And
Oh.
when the police check, she don't work at Massive either. So I'm not sure.
Oh, somebody said she looked like a girl who worked at a local bar. So that's not her. What a mess. How old is this young lady? Do you know how old she is? I see she's followed by, she seems to be very popular on Facebook because she is followed by, seems like a lot of these men must know who she is because she's followed by over 2,000 people on Facebook. So y'all, man, she claims she lives in West Bay. Y'all seem to like to follow her social media profile.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna get disconnected because I'm gonna go on my appointment shortly.
Yes.
And thanks a lot for hearing me.
So in the final analysis, what would you like to happen here? I guess is the question.
I'm a peaceful person, and this girl only made me get out of character. You understand?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I just want peace. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I just want peace.
Mm-hmm.
I want her to leave me alone. I don't want her to bother me. I don't want her to try to contact me because the police has warned her numerous times, and she's still late hours in the night. She's the only person that's contact me after certain hours. The only person. Anytime my phone ring or message pop up on my phone, it's her.
Wow. And you have tried blocking her. I know you sent us a screenshot. This is you blocking her.
I blocked her, and she just used numbers, numerous of different. I don't know how she get it. Apparently, my husband asked her, "Why you keep doing this?" She said that she gets a lot of numbers to contact me, so that when different people. So when the police check it out, they won't get her number. They won't get her number. They won't find out. But she's contact me out of numerous of numbers.
When was the last time you heard from her? When was the last time she contacted you?
The 4th, which was 2 days ago.
What? Yeah. Just 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Wow. No, sir.
And the police.
Have you considered just leaving your husband? I mean, because he seems to be the catalyst of your issues. Have you thought about leaving him?
He is not the issue right now. It's her, because she's the one who keeps contacting me, because I've seen in front of my face, he tell her, "I don't want to have nothing to do with you." He beg her peacefully, everything. And I see where he's changing. He stays home. He don't go nowhere. He don't do nothing. He just to prove to me, I want my family. I made a mistake. I don't want to do this anymore. You understand? It's just her, like whenever she gets high or whatever, because she smokes and she drinks and whatever she does.
All right, my dear. So good luck with the therapist appointment today. How long have you been seeing a therapist for? I think that's important if this is really getting to you psychologically, that you make sure that you're in the right headspace for the sake of your children. And, I hope that you can get the professional help that you need in this situation. And we also implore the police to give you some additional help here, because you're saying that the police are simply not doing their job.
They're not. I have numerous police look in my face and like anybody perception, your husband's fault. But I said, so if this girl see me and get over jealousy, she hit me down, that's gonna be my husband's fault. Yes, it's gonna be my husband's fault. Cheating.
Mm-hmm.
But
you're saying the husband isn't the one who's doing the stalking.
He's not the one that force her, because if my husband is a cheater, right? Just look at it as my perspective. He cheats on multiple girls, and they didn't reach to that limit that they would do the stuff that she would do.
He must have had. Which district is he from? Is he from West Bay? He must have had some West Bay swirls that got her all in her feelings.
I don't know.
Sounds like after this, he might be getting more phone calls. But people are like, wow, what's made this woman crazy over him? He must be special. Caller,
I know that. I appreciate it. I really have to.
Thank you so much.
I'm walking to my appointment. Thank you as well.
Yes, ma'am. All right, my dear. What a hot mess. Tab Jam Pie says, how is this a laughing matter? It's not a laughing matter, but there are aspects of it that all you can do, child, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry in a situation like this. But do you think we should make her our first phone call of 2023? We haven't called anybody yet. Should we call this lady to see? Maybe she's got another version of events. What do y'all think? Shall we give her a little ring-a-ding-a-ling? This message here. I don't know if this is from her, but she sent, it looks like this could be a message from her. Hold on one second. Let me share this one. Oh, this woman is bold, and she's got time for a lot of conversation too, calling all those hours in the night. But here's a series of messages. It says, you don't leave it, and I'm not going to leave it. You don't leave with that either. I don't know if she meant to say live. No, you don't live. Sorry. If you don't leave it, and I'm not going to leave it, it being what, the man? You don't live with that either. You are selfish. You don't love him. That's why it doesn't bother you that he is with someone else. You are selfish and you hurt your baby. Oh, Lord. Is she accusing this woman of all this? Look how you argue over she used the P word, in front of your son. I'm not sure he would know what that is at that age, but still. Maybe that's why Matt loves me. Oh, we got a first name, Matt. I bet she probably an E-Banks Nina. Loves me because I'm good and I'm not capable of hurting anyone. But you're from Jamaica. Oh, yes. Yeah, so this is her messaging the wife with this message. Wow. Ciao. But you're from Jamaica and you told me yourself as a child you don't know what love is. When did that conversation take place? Nobody gives you love, unlike my family. My family loves me. Yes, sir. Competition. It's a love competition. And even when you speak lies to my family, they tell me I am very good and I have to be strong and not allow anyone to hurt me. My family tells me that they don't know why I always have to forgive those who hurt me. You keep working to support it. Okay. Look at all the bad things that you do to me, Alyssa, calling names, and I don't do anything wrong to you. And even so, you get hysterical because you know that what Matt feels for me is stronger than all the money you give him. What a hot mess. All right. Let's give her a call this morning, shall we? I would love to hear her side of the story. Let me see now. Hold on, folks. Okay. Oh, apparently she has a few numbers. Let's try the first one. I wonder where she got all this credit from to afford all these numbers.
You have reached the voicemail box of 345.
Okay. So that one went to voicemail. Let's try the other one. 3, 2, 9. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You have reached the voicemail box of 3, 4, 5.
She not answering this morning. Okay. Well, honey child, what your name is? Iria? Llámame en el teléfono, por favor. We'd like to hear your version of what's going on here. Miss Ethel says West Bay again. Here we go. Miss Brenda says, ask her to let her husband confirm that he's trying to redeem himself and secure his marriage. Well, Miss Brenda, these men will say anything when it comes down to it. So I don't know that what he says at this point is going to matter. I mean, maybe he is being genuine. I mean, only God can tell you that. I don't know. I'm not in his head, but he's already created a situation here that's causing a lot of stress. Stacy says, love yourself, First Lady. Miss Brenda, that Spanish girl. We don't really seem to know exactly where she works. Carmelie says you need to call the husband and find out what his version of the story is. We don't have his number, but now we got a name, Matt. So Carmelie said, yes, call her. Ethel says, yes, call her. Tammy says, call her. Vanessa, girl, look where you from. Read between the lines, handle your business. That's all I have. That sounds serious. Handle your business. There is another Sandra in the chat section. Nilser and Alejandra, everybody says to call her, but she's not answering. So Tab Jam says she's probably sleeping with the police too. They're not angels, as we know. Jonathan, you are a proper fool. You in the bite. Good luck. No, sir. Michael LeMay says, I agree. It's time to leave your husband. A 3-year mistake is a long time. And obviously the girl is sick. What a hot mess. Dalian says, work out your issues with your husband. It has nothing to do with the police at this moment. I think she's saying the police because she wants the girl to leave her alone. Alejandra, our girls, sometimes you got to play that she'll understand. To remember there are children involved in this situation, at least a baby. And so Sharon, I'm curious about how you eventually handled that situation. Miss Ethel says he shouldn't have started in the first place. Don't make excuses for him. After the damage is done, he wants his family now. Says she could change her phone number. I mean, I'm curious. I guess that this woman seems to have some of Miss Brenda says she's listening to the show. Don't call. So Tab Jam says it sounds like he's regretted his move and has amended his ways. I don't blame this wife for trying to keep her marriage and the long-term damage caused to children of divorce. What is scientifically proven, marriages for the sake of staying in a marriage is not Lord Jesus, it's not beneficial to the mental health of the parents and, more importantly, the children. So I don't know. I mean, we're hoping that Matt, whoever he is a good husband these days, but who knows? And you know, one of the things that we never talk about with these types of situations is that your husbands and whoever else is cheating on you, wives potentially, because now we're saying that women are cheating more than men. What a hot mess. They're stepping out there, and most of them, 99.999999999% use no form of protection. So not only are they messing with you psychologically and emotionally in a relationship, but they're physically putting you at jeopardy. I'm surprised that she hasn't gotten pregnant for him, because the wife said she claims she has a baby, but then the family said no. I don't know, but I'd be very surprised, honey child, that she hasn't pulled that trump card yet. And it's probably only a matter of time if he's still fooling with her. But, you know, she looks a little skittish. And so, if you're going to judge a book by its cover, I would be very concerned that this is the caliber of woman that my husband out there sleeping with, honey chill. Because I'm just like, you're not touching me again. Better go make him do a couple STD tests. Johan says, if my boss ever calls CMR to air me out at anything and you facilitate it like today's show, I'm going to sue you. Just saying, Johan, I feel sorry for you if you fool enough to ever step out and be like, you're not going to worry about CMR. CMR will not be what you will have to be worrying about, honey chill. Maybe the after story. We'll be reporting on the on the story of West Bay woman kills Savannah Lower Valley. That's what you're going to have to be worried about, child. You don't worry about us. We'll leave that one up to Pilar. I believe she knows how to handle her business. Dilly says, give it to God. Fix it, Jesus. So Evelyn says, let me tell you something, baby. If a gal thinks you're bad, kip my husband and then message me like that. Girl, I can't even say what would happen on here. Tell A, B to try that with me. Better hide and do that S. In other words, Evelyn is saying that she's not the one. She's definitely not the one. Whew. KK says that body was made in China. No, that's a Dominican body, honey child. You know them Dominicans have their isn't that where Spice and all these girls, that's where they're going to get their designer bodies. So, you know, they have a lockdown on getting cheap plastic surgery, and sometimes it works out and they live and they look good, and other times it don't work out and they end up dead, but they can take the chance. Jonathan says there's only one reason a girl has so many phones. I'm sure the girl has mucho love to give. Jonathan, are you saying that she's running like a little what would you call it? A side hustle? How can a mistake, says Marshall, for 3 years? How can it be a mistake for 3 years? She needs to make her mind up and decide what's best for her and her children at this point. Well, let me say this from a practical perspective, right? If you're in a relationship, and this happens a lot, she mentioned this. This is why I wanted to get a fix on who the players were in terms of where they were from. Because in this jurisdiction, it makes a difference, believe it or not, right? So the Caymanian spouse, I knew there had to be a Caymanian in the mix, honey child, for more reasons than one. But the Caymanian spouse is the one who has the power here. They'd be talking about the power of the puss and the power of the purse. Child, he got the power of his status as a Caymanian. So unfortunately, the wife's life is easier because she's with a Caymanian. That means she don't have to worry about a work permit. You know, I don't know if she has status at 3 years, maybe not. You know, the child now is a product of a Caymanian marriage to a Caymanian. So that child will now have status. There's certain immigration benefits. Let's just put it this way. Obviously, the Spanish woman has accused her, as you can see, of being in a relationship of convenience. We don't know that that's the case, but I'm saying whether that's the case or not, there are certain benefits that come, allegedly, to being married to Caymanian. Lots of headaches too from this situation, obviously. But so it might not be as easy for her to pull herself apart from this situation. You know, I don't know what kind of job this woman does. I'm sure they don't sound like none of them have a PhD, a master's, or even a bachelor's degree. They're probably just working bare minimum wage jobs. So she needs to probably think about the finances of her situation. You know, these are the practical aspects of relationships that people do have to contemplate and do have to consider. And isn't this sad? Isn't it sad that you got to think about all these things? Big shout out to Burger King this morning. Y'all got me so stressed out. I feel like I could have a burger right now for breakfast. They're celebrating their 40th year. 40 years. Let's take a commercial break. And then I want to take a vote. How many of you vote that she needs to leave the husband? Do you see him as continuing to be the problem?
Whopping news! Burger King Cayman is turning 40 years old and celebrating by giving away over $40,000 of prizes. Just spend $4 to receive a scratch card for your chance to win thousands of food prizes, Burger King merch, and the king of prizes, 10 cash prizes of $1,982. From December 23rd till February 1st, visit your favorite BK location to win big with Burger King's 40th anniversary. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, child, happy birthday to you. So here's the question. Carmely says, I think it's time, Sandra, for you to get a designer body. Oh, child, please. My husband couldn't handle anymore. If it was more, if it was designer, I'm not sure he could take it. No, you know how it's going to become a designer body? My fat behind better try and get in that gym and lose those 50 pounds, and then it'll be a designer body. All right, let's weigh in. Jonathan says, I say move them in together. What? Move who in together? The two women? Oh my gosh, are you crazy? Perla says, as you all know, Honduras and Dominicans don't mix at all. Why is that? Because they're competing for the same man? Sorry, I had to throw that in there, Perla. Let me get my little sound effects ready. That should have been when I played that one. Carmely says, I see him to be the problem. I think she needs to reevaluate the relationship with him and step aside and heal herself first, some counseling, and see where it goes from there. Well, she is in counseling. She's actually going this morning to a counseling appointment, so that's good. She has too many to gain than to lose, just my opinion. That's the wife. Miss Bonnie says this lady needs to leave this relationship for the health of her and the children. Love is blind, but don't let love fool you. God has something better in store for you. Let your husband go and let God be. Perla says there's competition between Dominican women and Honduran women. What a hot mess. Alejandro says, let's say this wife and husband need to visit a marriage counselor and a break is needed. Ms. Brenda says yes, they're competing in the same business. Oh, mess. Ms. Morna votes for yes, leave your husband. Alejandro says addiction is a hell of a thing, and that's what's going on. So you think that he's addicted to the Dominican woman or just addicted to cheating? So what's up comments? Says the draw of status, 2 expat women fighting over this whatless man. She not leaving till she gets that status. I will put up with any amount of BS in 3 years. Mark, give her another 4 years of S. Wish you can get from a potential leave him, or maybe what you can get. Come see who the man is. Obviously some whatless West Bay man. Well, we don't know if he's from West Bay necessarily. We just know the woman supposedly lives in West Bay. He just a whatless Caymanian apparently. Who gets off on having 2 women fighting over him. Leave the man, yes. Okay, so this woman says, another person says, I understand that Dominican women hook the man because they do toss salad. What? Okay, in all of my years of living, I have never heard of this term before, which apparently describes a sexual act. I mean, I know nothing about no tossed salad. However, thanks for the education. I read the in the brackets, and I cannot read that on radio. But if you're interested in what that means, I guess go Google it. She might be in love with the wife now. In love with the wife? Police, probably clients of hers, they're all low-key into prostitution. And at a certain restaurant on Eastern Avenue, they actually call the name, but I won't call it, they charge a minimum of $200. Wow, that's crazy. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. How are you?
I'm okay, honey child. How are you?
I'm good. Listen, my 2 cents on this store that you're hitting this morning is embarrassing as a woman to sit here and listen to this show and know the amount of women that are up here bashing other women, other nationalities. It's a crying shame, you want me to tell you why? Because we as a woman, we all have a little secret Barbie house. Okay? And some of the women that are up there on this show this morning making their 2-cent comment, I'm pretty sure they don't want me to put my 2 cents on them. They should be ashamed of themselves. Instead of support women and come together as one. Dominican, Honduran, Colombian, Cayman, they're all the same. We all whore for something if they don't like it. Okay? Because 2 or 3 women that are there on this station this morning making their comment, they need to shut their mouth before I put them on blast. Because they all have a dirty secret. It's embarrassing as a woman.
I guess we all do, honey child.
To get out there and do something like that. You hear me? Yes, it's wrong, but the wife can easily leave. Me as a wife, I can tell you what. If my husband won't go out there and cheat, he can do it. Because when he come back, his shit will be talking. He'll be gone. But I'm not going to get out here and ridicule myself or embarrass myself talking about another woman. Okay? So those that are up there making comment about the Spanish woman or the Jamaican woman, they need to plug something down their mouth because all of them have something to hide as well. I'm sorry to say. It's frustrating. And me as a woman feel embarrassed this morning. Okay? Because all they're doing is giving a man something to laugh about and talk about. That's all they're doing. I'm seeing the amount of men sitting down right now this morning laughing at all of us women. Yeah?
Yes.
So think, before as a woman you come out there and make a comment, think good what you're going to say. Maybe what those 2 women need to do is get together, join together, and go beat his ass. Maybe that would solve the problem. Instead of sitting up there.
Yes, that might be. Yes, join forces. Join forces. Thank you so much, caller. Appreciate that. Yes, I mean, she made some points. It's a situation. And men don't like it when women join forces, honey chill, because then they really get exposed. Good morning, Siobhan. Aliano says, yes, that right there, that comment is fire. Boom Flick is here for it. Lady not dash him out too, says Irvelyn. Bonnie agrees with that caller. She says, amen, amen. And this is why I always start the conversation. When I hear these situations, I always say, wait a minute. Who put the ring on it? It wasn't the other woman. It was your husband or your wife. So really and truly, that is precisely who you should be talking to. Jonathan says, do you know how many women are watching this show and they have 2 and 3 other men on the side? But who are they cheating with? They're cheating with men. So the men doing it too. Miss Brenda says it doesn't matter what one's secrets are. It doesn't give any whore the right to stalk you. So I do think that I agree with the last caller, but I agree with Miss Brenda. The issue here that obviously this caller is concerned about is the behavior of the woman at this point in time. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, morning, Sandy. So now you see where the starting comes in, where I said that girls cheat more than men. If it comes into a situation where a man feels like they are really, really uncomfortable with a spouse or partner, they tend to try to stray away. And it's not because they don't love them. They love them more than they think, because what happens is it's better to fight them. We better not to fight them, actually, like what a man would usually do, fight. Now, women love to fight as well, but they fight with each other. We can't fight with them. That's the disadvantage we have. So you see, when it comes into an argument like this conversation comes on this morning, I mean, it really makes me frustrated because guess what? That happens to everybody. I don't care what you are, who you are, and who you feel. Nationality or not, everybody has it. Cayman has the biggest breed population in the world. So we're not fighting with each other, thinking that, okay, because they said the Dominican is this and the Honduran is this and Cuban is that and the American is this. They all is the same. Keep equality. If they want to feel equality, us men can't stand up and argue with each other, because guess what? If we do that, it's just going to be a big scandal. It better say we be punched because we're going to go jail anyways.
Yeah, I mean, so, it's a sad situation. And some of it, I mean, caller, I think some of it has to do with, when she's talking about his age, I think she might have a little point there. That sometimes a lot of people get into relationships before they're ready. They're not ready for commitment. So the issue then is they want to be out there doing whatever. And listen, you can be a free
Yeah.
agent. I don't know why people think that you have to commit to a single person. You have a right to be a free agent if you want it, but I think you just have to be honest with people. And there's a lot of women and men who don't mind just a physical relationship because people have needs. You know, so they're like, listen, I don't want to get married. I don't want to be in a one-person relationship, whatever. I'm just looking to get my nuts cracked and we move on. And if you're game with that, then we can do it and let it happen. Once you're honest with people, you give them the choice to decide if that's what they want.
Yeah, and here the funny part about this, religion gets involved in it too, because a lot of people have this religious belief that if they're going to be married and they're going to have children, they got to, if they're going to be in a relationship, they got to be married to have children. And that is where the line crosses, because guess what? That's where everybody's going to laugh at them and say, I told you so. You shouldn't have got married, because guess what? This is what's going on now. You're in a sticky situation, and now you got another man that is looking for someone else because you just not giving him the right treatment.
Yeah.
Women and men do that too. But then this is the reason why
Wayne said it's called friends with benefits. Listen, you don't even have to be friends. Just have the benefits part, because some of these people, you don't really want to be friends with them either. You just like, hey, you cute, I'm cute, whatever. Maybe you have sexual chemistry. Listen, I'm not judging that part of the situation as long as you're a consenting adult. That's your business. Because I'm glad that you mentioned religion, caller, because, you know, again, religion always has a part to play in this, especially when it comes to Caribbean people. You know, we want to believe, we talk about tossed salads and all kind of things. Apparently, I'm the only person in Cayman who didn't even know what a heck a tossed salad was, because everybody messing with me. I'm Sandy. This is what it is. I'm like, oh, okay. So people are out there in the streets doing the most. And I think we as a community have to accept that, listen, if you're a consenting adult, you want to do a 3-way, a 5-way, a 10-way, it doesn't matter. Once everybody is a consenting adult, that's your business. Right? But it's when you start to mix up, or you're claiming that you're married and you're in a, you know, monogamous relationship, you've got children in the mix. The most egregious thing about this whole situation for me isn't even the cheating. It's not even the behavior of the side piece. It's the fact of what she's doing with the child. Like, you touch my child, you video my child, you bring my child into this, you've taken it to another level, honey child. The police would have to be called. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody go to jail.
A lot of people lose their child support, lose their custodials and all this type of stuff. They lose everything because of this simple little argument of a relationship that they can just sit down and talk about. Because guess what? It's better that you go and stay with that girl and I just stay here with the child. And then guess what? You're going to have to start paying child support. Simple as that.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. Stay in the relationship, stay married until you calm yourself down. And if you can't do that, then guess what? I just know how to go and hire another person when I say that.
I hear you.
You know, that's how business works with people. And then most of these marriage inconvenience, they don't even know what they're getting themselves into.
Yes. What a hot mess. Oh, my goodness. All right, my dear. Well, thanks for your comments this morning. Appreciate it. 936 Bobo. That's 936-2626. If you have an opinion on this, you know, there's a lot going on in these streets, folks. And I think people need to be realistic about what they're getting into. And my thing, again, if you don't want to be in a committed relationship, and you know, a lot of us we're not ready. We don't want to be, being in a committed relationship is work. Trust me. You got to live with the person. Every once in a while, you might have to feed them. You know what I'm saying? You gotta work at the relationship. It takes work. Y'all remember me telling you the story about my first boyfriend? How he said that the Western concept of, oh, you fall in love with people, in a lot of places in the world, where he's from, Sri Lanka, that's really not how it works. He said you learn to love people. And for initially, I didn't quite understand that. And as I matured and had relationships of my own, I really understood exactly what he meant. It's a choice every single day to get up and want to be in a relationship with someone. It's a choice to do things that demonstrate what you call love, right? You have to put in stuff into that relationship. You have to spend time. So even this woman, she's saying now the husband is trying to do some things, going to church with her. Some of y'all think that equals love. You know, he's spending time with you. He's not hanging out in the bars anymore, which is probably where he met this woman. You know, all these sorts of things. It takes work. And some of us don't want to put in the work. We're not ready. And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to put in the work. Just don't get into the relationship and make the other person think that you want to be in a committed relationship. And it's as easy as that. Honestly, if you don't want to be in a relationship, no one should be forcing you. You're in your 20s and 30s. You want to be out there in the streets being free and, carefree. Live your best life. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
My dear, what do you think about this hot mess?
Well, I tell you what, I got a lot to think about it because you're preaching to the choir here. Okay?
Yes.
The first thing that I would say is it all depends on how you were raised, just morals, principles, and the old-fashioned Caymanian way that you marry, you stay married, you stay
no matter
true to
what,
each other,
right?
No matter what.
Yes.
Okay? Now, let me say this up front. I am by no means defending this man-child. But I also am going to be fair and say, yes, people make mistakes, whether it's the wife or the husband, and they can truly be sorry and make amends. But that does not give the other person the right to stalk the spouse.
Yes.
The opposite spouse. That is a crime. And it should not be treated lightly, but the police tend to take it for a joke, especially depending on where that person comes from. And let me just say on the air this morning, the reason the police takes it for a joke is because they are the biggest category of the clientele. Okay? So in other words, you can't shoot your own nest.
Speak it.
Right?
Hold on, that deserves a big true statement. Yes, my dear, they should know.
Okay, because I am going to share something with you all this morning, and I'm speaking from experience. I come from a family where I was brought up to respect law and order. We were raised with principles and morals. Okay? However, we all make mistakes.
Yes.
Whether we're males or females.
Absolutely.
And we have to live with the choices we make. It does not mean that we have to put up with them once we realize it's not good for the person it's happening to. But you have to be coming from that background in order to recognize it and do something about it. But there was a time, going back some years in my life, where I was in a relationship, and then I was threatened over the phone by an individual. And this individual, I'm going to say exactly where she came from, Honduras. Okay? The matter was reported to the police, and it wasn't just one phone call. There were several phone calls. And I had just come out of the hospital after having surgery. Now, what puzzled me the most, because I was off island, and what puzzled me the most, first of all, was how did this person get my number?
I was wondering that too in relation to this situation.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let me just say to you, when you're dealing with these whores, they are connected, and they will tell you that you can't do me anything. I am connected and I am protected. They're not joking. Do not think for 1 minute they're joking. They're very serious, and they are. I reported this matter to the police, explaining that I had just gotten out of the hospital. I was off island. However, the person was in Cayman when the call was made to me, and the police are telling me that I need to make a report. Okay? I need to file a police report. I said, that's what I'm doing. Oh, I need to come on island and do it. I said, no, I can't do that. I just got out of the hospital. However, I said, could I go to a lawyer here, have them take my statement and send it to you? No, it has to be given on island. That was the first barrier. Okay? And it continued. I then spoke to a senior person with the police and gave them the name of the male that was involved or that I was in the relationship with. And let me just add, by this time, this person and I were not seeing each other anymore. Okay. And what I did not know at the time was the person I was involved with was not even involved with this person anymore either. They were doing this out of spite because he had dumped her whoring ass. And
Okay.
why? Because
so she's now trying to take it out on you.
Right. And
Oh my gosh.
she was playing him like she was playing many others. So the police actually interviewed him, and because my first suspicion, to be honest, was that he had given her the number. Although I had to think about that because I didn't give him the number. Anyway, so when he was hauled in and interviewed, he said, I didn't give her the number. I wouldn't have done something like that. I know that, Brenda has gone to have surgery. I know the details of her surgery. Why would I do something like that? And this thing went on and went on and went on. A series of calls. There were always witnesses there. When I received the calls, I offered up these names to the police because they were now in touch with me. And then they had the gall to ask me, what did I want them to do with her? Call her, or I said, no, I want you to go to her and arrest her just like you would have arrested me if I had done it. And so that went on and on. Eventually, I got back home, and then it was being dealt with. To add insult to injury, now they insisted it had to be dealt with by the family support unit. And let me just say that pissed me off because I tried to make clear to that person, the inspector, I said, this is not a family matter. I'm not related to her, and I'm not related to him. This is a matter of me being stalked, by when it's telephone stalking. And at the time, I didn't even realize she was physically stalking me because I had no idea what she looked like. And anyway, eventually, she then went and filed a report against me and said, they kept telling me, we're just waiting for the phone records from Cable and Wireless. I said, well, what's taking so long to get them? This was to prove now that she was actually calling me. But then, and then now listen to this. They now wanted me to press charges against the male. I said,
he's not the one who was
exactly. And let me stress again, I was no longer with the male. Okay. I said, but he wasn't the one who committed a crime. I'm not pressing charges.
But these police officers sound like they not got no sense for truth.
My God. And anyway, so no, it's not that they don't have any sense. It's called CYA. Okay. And for your listeners, if they don't know what that means, it means cover your ass. And anyway, so this person, this whore, because I refuse to call it a human being, this whore then went and lodged a report with the police against me, saying that I was harassing her on the phone. Okay. Now let me just say, I was so surprised when I received a letter from the Family Support Unit telling me that there would be, hear me clearly now, there would be no charges brought against the male and no charges brought against her because she had now lodged this report against me. So I responded saying, first of all, I think you need to go back to training school. Secondly, why didn't you check the telephone records? And that would have clarified for you.
Who's calling who?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I said, do that. And then you'll have yourself a slam dunk case. That shouldn't be too hard. And
did they ever do anything in the end?
But let me get to that.
Okay.
The whore in the interim then started boasting and bragging about how many police she had been with, how many politicians she was servicing. So in other words, she was untouchable. Okay? And that seemed to be the case. I'm not going to call their names, obviously, but in doing my background checks, I found out it was all true. And then was involved with immigration officers as well, customs officers as well. So she was covering all bases. And that's why nothing could be done with her. Eventually, one of the politicians that she'd been with, she was calling his name too often. And of course, he had risen in ranks and he couldn't afford to have that happen. So when they had this amnesty thing, I guess they were hoping, because I forgot to add, she was here illegally, okay?
Oh, geez, on peace.
Yes, and immigration were very much aware of it. And so what they decided they were going to do, and also every 2 years she was breeding, having another child, and social services was taking care of that non-Caymanian child. And so eventually they put a plot in place where they would get rid of her, hoping she was going to turn herself in during the amnesty thing for overstaying. Of course, like I said, she's an untouchable, so why would she do that? And since she didn't do that, they arranged then to pick her up like a thief in the night and walk her to the airport, put her on the plane, and watch her leave. That's how she left this island after being here for over 20-something years illegally. Okay?
What?
And I'm
over 20-something years illegally?
And I'm going and let me stress again, immigration were aware of it. Okay?
Wow.
And like I said, and I know many people will not like this morning. I'm going to say it again. If she'd been a Jamaican, that would have lasted for 30 days or less. Or if she had been a Caymanian, should have gone straight to prison. Okay? So that wife, I'm very sorry for her, but she's going to need more than counseling. Because eventually she's going to need a lawyer to defend her. Because she's going to end up having to take action for herself, then they're going to come after her then. You ain't going to hear anything about her filing reports, asking for help, pleading for help, coming to you to air this dirty laundry. That could not have been easy for that woman to call you this morning.
Yeah, and I want people to
say,
yes.
Let's hear from the husband. Let's hear what he has to say. And you know what? I'm very curious to know. Where does he work? Because that might be the core of this whole thing. Where does he work? Because they're dirty and they protect each other. So for any woman listening this morning, and they can talk about hating to hear women, run down women, regardless of where they're from. But let me say this. I'm a Caymanian and I live by standards and I have morals and principles. And I am at liberty to say anything I want to say about a whore. And I don't care where she comes from. It could be Cayman, okay? Because when you live that kind of lifestyle, you are a whore. It doesn't matter that where you reside don't have a red light on it. From the time you're doing it, and in exchange, you're receiving monetary goods. Does not have to be liquid cash. You are a whore. When you sell your body to someone for something in return, except for natural love and affection, you are a whore. It is the world's oldest occupation.
Profession, yes.
So think about it. So any woman who is not in that category has a right to speak about it. And even if it's a single woman and she's playing the field, she has a right to do that as long as she's doing it the right way. But you can't go out there and talk about, because we are women, we shouldn't say this about women. No, I'm not going to beat up on that woman this morning. And I'm not going to beat up on the man either, because we haven't yet heard his side. The man might very well be remorseful about what he has done and trying to fix it.
Yes.
We don't know that. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt for now. That is why I say, call him. Don't call her bitch. That's what she wants. She's seeking attention. You call her this morning, and you know what you'll do? You'll just glorify her and put another feather in her cap. or what somebody need to do with her is grab her and undo that China doll body that she got. And then she'll see how much customers would be interested in coming to her. The first thing immigration needs to do a background check on her, see if she's here legally. Why should that married woman have to put up with that kind of stuff, that kind of fare? The next thing you're going to hear, she's on the mental ward receiving treatment because not everybody can handle this or will be strong enough to contend with what this comes with. Huh?
Yeah.
What happens?
And that's why we give, sometimes caller, we do have another caller who's calling in as well, but this is why we give people an outlet on this platform, because I always say they have alternatives. Like she said, she went to kick down the woman's door. We don't want her to do that because she's going to get herself in trouble. So thank you so much, caller. Really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So if the alternative is to kick down somebody's door or call CMR and just have a outlet, have a somebody to talk to, call CMR. Don't kick down people's door, and don't kick them down either, because that's the kind of thing that would get you in trouble. Caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Miss Sandra. Happy New Year to you.
Yes, happy New Year, my dear.
Your guests are listening, everything. Sandra, you got a real episode this morning again for New Year.
My dear.
And regarding to the last call, I want to agree with her 100%. And it is sad that the lady who is a married woman, regardless of what nationality she chooses to be the wife of that husband.
Yes.
He needs to answer a little bit more to her. But that lady that is who now harassing her, regardless about the marriage or whatever, if he goes in separate ways, she's now harassing the lady who shouldn't be going through that.
Yeah.
What I would tell that lady, she needs to go to the immigration department, get her formal name, check, because maybe she's probably not even legal here, and get her formal name and make a formal complaint and let her know that she's sending it, not just immigration, she's going to send it to higher authorities, CC the letter so let everybody know what it is, and then she will see action done, because if you don't start CCing these people, then this is not going to get no better. So tell her to go ahead and CC it, send her letters in, and let them know that if they don't deal with it, she'll have to take it on through another angle, because this is ridiculous that people gotta go through this, and this is the behavior that we have imported. Yeah, they come down here and they I wait on somebody. They come, thank you. They come down here and they're just being admonished to people. Somebody need to put them in there, please. Thank you.
Thanks, my dear. Appreciate it. 936 Bobo is a telephone number. What a hot mess. We got more coming, trust me. Port authorities up next. That's another hot mess. I don't know what they got going on over there. But wow, the worst part is that's government. I'm going to talk about that here in a second. This person says, but what about the women who are okay with their man having someone else as long as it doesn't get out in the public? In wealthy circles, especially where the man is the one who has the money and status, many of their wives turn the other way because they don't want to lose the lifestyle that comes with being married to a man of wealth and status. And because cheating is something that's frowned upon, they establish an understanding that the man keeps his shenanigans under wraps to prevent embarrassment. Case in point, all these celebrities, ball players, politicians, and the like, who cheat on their wives, and the wives still choose to stay with them. This listening to the program has a very, very valid point, because quite frankly, I was sort of thinking as I was reading that about Wendy Williams. She was had her own talk show. Unfortunately, now she's been having some health issues and her talk show got canceled and so on. But Wendy was in a relationship with that guy, Kevin. What was her husband's name again? Kevin. What was his last name? Kevin Williams? I think Wendy Williams is her stage name. Kevin. Oh, I can't remember his name now. Kevin something or another. Anyway, Kevin. And Kevin was known to have cheated on her even before they had their son. Their son is now in his 20s. And I think at some point, it was, let me get you his name, Kevin Hunter. There we go. And at some point, they almost broke up the marriage. They went through counseling, worked it out, had their son. But apparently, the woman now that he's with, his current wife, he was cheating with her, had a relationship with her for many, many, many years, at least 10 years. They were in a long-term side hustle, side chick, whatever you want to call it, relationship. Now, apparently, Wendy knew about it. And to this, like I said, this viewer's point, Wendy was the one who, ironically, she was the real person who was making the money. But Kevin was her manager. He was the one behind the scenes, getting stuff done, pulling the strings. So although she was actually the one making the money, maybe she felt like she couldn't live without Kevin. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of everything, but she has admitted that when he finally got the side chick pregnant, that is when it became a problem. She was okay with it. You can imagine? People knew. What's his side hustle's name again? Sharina Hudson is her name. And now they have a daughter that's like a couple years old. So when he got her pregnant, the tabloids started to talk. Oh my God, Kevin Hunter got another one pregnant. That apparently is what made the difference for Wendy. It was okay having a relationship, a side thing. I will turn the other eye. Although I'm the one who's actually making the bread in this family, I'll still turn the other eye. And so to the viewer's point, there are a lot of people who are in these arrangements. And that's why I said, I don't really judge it. Whatever you guys want to do once you're a consenting adult. And I think once you're honest with your partner, and I don't know that Kevin was necessarily honest with Wendy. I think Wendy knew at the very minimum, she had very strong suspicions and she just kind of relaxed. And she said in one of her interviews that she took her time divorcing Kevin and, kind of doing what she had to do, even to the point where she publicly denied that her marriage was in trouble and that there was any issues going on, because in the background, she was working with her lawyers. How are we going to exit this? How am I going to fire Kevin? Because technically he worked for her production company. He was like the business manager. She had to extricate herself from the business relationship with Kevin, as well as the personal relationship, which you know how hard that's got to be. It's bad enough when you just got to get a regular divorce, much less when there's a business element to it. So really, really, really sad situation. But yeah, these celebrity couples, there's one right now that's making headlines. I don't know if you guys have been seeing this. GMA3, this couple, oh God, they were co-workers. So this is interesting. Amy Robach and TJ Holmes host this GMA show together. And apparently they were having an affair with each other. Now, apparently TJ Holmes has had more than one affair over the years. He's just not a loyal man. And he's such a handsome little fella too. I was like, oh Lord. And his wife of 10 years, they were separated, but they were still supposedly trying to work on a reconciliation and work on the relationship. They have a 10-year-old daughter or 9-year-old daughter or whatever. And so he was cheating with another coworker, and the wife found out about that situation. The current one, Amy Robach, was there to counsel and to be a friend to the wife. So the wife says she's particularly hurt that the person who was there crying with you and probably hearing all of your inner thoughts about what you really thought about TJ turns out to eventually be having a relationship with your husband as well. And child, they are hot in the streets. This is a little bit of celebrity gossip for you. But over the Christmas holidays, after it broke right before Christmas, GMA3 actually suspended both of them. They're in current leave because they're trying to figure out what to do, because this is supposed to be a family-friendly show. And the two of them were out there they were like, I don't care what y'all think. We're living our best life. He was grabbing her in the behind in public, celebrity people being followed around by paparazzi. They were taking pictures. I mean, it looks like they have good sexual chemistry when you see them in public, honey child. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last, because these cheaters have a lot of good sexual chemistry with a lot of people. And that's part of the problem, right? Amy, oh, you know who Amy was married to? She was married to, oh God, Andrew Shue. He's an actor. I can't remember what Andrew was in, but he's an actor. He's been in a couple movies or whatever. So yes, that's who she was married to. Now, of course, her and that husband getting a divorce too. And, there's a lot of questions about when they separated and how all this went down and the timeline of their relationship. It's just a hot mess. But Amy and TJ, they were running marathons together. Wink, wink. You know, I mean, they were running marathons, but they were obviously running marathons between the sheets. But it's just a hot mess of a situation. And his wife finally made a statement earlier this week saying that really, when she thinks about this whole situation, it's the daughter that she's most concerned about. She's most worried about her daughter. And, you know, she thinks that her husband was very insensitive in how he handled it. Like he could have done, you know. And like I said, listen, let's be honest. You get married, it doesn't work out. You fall out of love with people, you don't like anymore, whatever. I think it comes down to communication, folks, how you handle it, right? Sometimes you need to have a hard conversation with your spouse saying, hey, honey, this ain't working out. I just want to move on. You know, I don't want to be with you anymore. Let's just co-parent. Let's try to be the best at co-parenting that we can be. But I'm fancying somebody else in my life and I just want to move on. So if TJ Holmes had that conversation with his wife and she understood that, okay, the relationship is over before the tabloids hit, that poor Marilee, you know, is scandalized because the wife always looks bad in these situations, right? The innocent parties always end up like people like, oh yeah, she can't keep a man, this, not next thing. I mean, it's just a hot mess of a situation, but I think a lot of it could honestly be avoided if people were just honest with each other. Communicate openly, be honest with each other. If it ain't working out no more, the love is gone. It sounds like a country song somewhere in the mix. Just get on with it and carry on with your life. Ms. Brenda says that's why women should choose men as friends. Alejandro says better make it 30 stories wide and make a casino plus. What are we talking about? Melissa says she put up with it. What we must, sorry for her now. Kiss my teeth. Oh, you mean Wendy? So Marshall says, yeah, she's living without him now so people can move on. You don't have to stay in a dysfunctional relationship. And what is sad about the whole Wendy Williams situation is her decline after that relationship. It almost looks like, despite Kevin being a cheater, which is clear, that at the same time, he really did help Wendy keep it together at some level. And I think her mental toll, again, talking about, you know, the mental well-being of people, her mental health and well-being really took a hit. And people, you know, she was one of those people who actually was suffering from, you know, she had a cocaine habit at one point. She has addictions. And so I think that the stress of the whole situation brought back some of her addictions. And that started to impact her work. And now she's not working. She has nothing going on. And Kevin still wants his spousal support because he was still getting paid, apparently. Anyway, folks, not much more I can say about this situation. It comes up, it happens. I think if you find yourself in a situation like this, none of us are immune from any of it, I think. Listen, I've had people swear, oh, I would never cheat. Things happen, situations happen. I think that we can all strive, especially going into a new year now, to try to communicate a little bit better and a little bit more open with people in our lives. Yes, if you're in an open relationship and you don't necessarily want the world to know that, encourage your spouse to be careful about who they choose to be in a relationship with, to use a bit more discretion, et cetera, et cetera. The stories that I hear about what's happening on this island blows my mind. Tossed salads and more with all sorts of high society people. And I hear that sometimes they will even rent a boat, like a proper, not the little dinky boat that me and you would be going on, but like a proper luxury yacht. And they go out on the ocean, out in the waters to go on with, you know, all kind of behavior. And so it is what it is. We claim to be a Christian society, but allow me to tell you that there's a lot of behavior here that is happening that would blow your mind if you really sat down and thought about it. Let's keep it moving. So somebody sent me something and said these women need to listen to this. Another person says this is part of the problem. Married men have the responsibility to their wife and family, and that is true. This person says, let me see what this other one. But being here and married to Cayman provides her with economic benefits. And if she was bright, she would try and take some classes to upskill herself. Because he's what? Listen, he's not likely to be good for the long term. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Good luck, I guess, to all the parties involved. Another person says the husband is at fault. Both of these ladies need professional help, says another listener to the program. And I wish them the best of luck, really. But I think that the side piece or whatever we want to call her really needs to stay away from that other woman's child. And to be honest, I must tell you, if this was me, there's a lot that you never know what you're going to put up with in a situation. So let me say that first of all. But if this was me, I feel like the breaking point for me would be this woman sending me a video of her nasty lips on my child, because I don't know where those lips have been. Y'all talking about tossed salads. I'm like, what the hell? That would have been the breaking point for me, and my husband would be held accountable. Somebody gonna get a cocoa on top of the head. Don't touch my child. Don't look at my child. Don't mix my child up in your foolishness. Kissing the baby. Oh my God. To me, that's a little extra insult, honey chill. Anyway, let's talk about the Port Authority. Speaking of a hot mess, and this is on government's dime. That's our money. Evelyn says, talk the truth. Yeah, child, I would be out of, I would be out of character if you touch my child and you get my child mixed up into this and you introduce my child to your side piece. I can't guarantee how much longer you'd be in good health, honey child. No, sir. Jonathan says, bring back the frying pan. It would be something. Evelyn says, right there, so. That's it. Aye. Alejandro says, it's not cheating. I was in a relationship with a married woman at one time years ago, and it was a reasonable reason. What do you mean a reasonable reason? So was she still with her husband though? That's the only question, because sometimes you're still married, but you're separated or whatever. So I don't know what that means, Alejandro. It was a reasonable reason. She was cheating on you because the husband's privates was handicapped. Like, what does that mean exactly? Anyway, my dear, let's move on. No doubt we're early in the year, and I can assure you this will not be the first story of this sort that reaches the mall road, honey chill. I got another listen to the program. She says, that's true. And she named the restaurant about the $200. It's so funny. I didn't name the restaurant or the bar or whatever it is. And yet everybody knows that location is running an alleged prostitution ring. And for $200, you can get serviced. Where are the authorities? This is why people say they must be getting service too. Where is the police? Where is Works? Because if I just mention a general location, Georgetown, and all y'all know exactly where I'm talking about, you know how much it costs, why are we not locking down illegal? Because prostitution is illegal. Why are we not locking it down? It's the same thing with the gambling. There's too many people up in so-called high society in position, police, prison, politicians, that one, this one, who has their hand in the same cookie jar. That way they can't do nothing about it. So this person says, girl, you started off the new year with a bang. I'm here listening to your show, trying to cook my oats porridge and cracking up. This next person says, oh gosh. Okay, that's another story. that one's not ready to be aired yet. Ay. What a mess. What a bangarang this morning, says another listener to the program. All right, let's move on. I don't know what else to tell y'all, but men and women, I guess, try to keep it together. If you want to be single and mingle, then do that. El Ray says nothing a little Listerine wouldn't clean up. Oh, honey, no, she's not gonna be kissing my baby feet. Oh my God, horrible. Oh, Alejandro says to clarify, she was separated because everybody's like, what do you mean by reasonable? We need inquiring minds now want to know. They had a child. Miss Brenda says the authorities are the clients. Don't you get it? Yes, honey child, I'm getting it loud and clear. Loud and clear. Nilser says, where is it? Nilser, why are you asking? He's like, for $200, tell me where that is. Sophia says, welcome to the Cayman Islands. Fasten your seatbelts. Archie's, nope. Many hoes selling. Oh, it's only $50 at Archie's? Wow. Well, $200 is then considered not such a good deal, I suppose, but it does depend on the caliber of what you're getting. Yes, what a mess. Anyway, I don't know. Kent says outdoor and indoor prostitution are the same, just outdoor is cheaper. $50. Alejandro can't believe that either. He's like, wow, $50 pretty cheap. Mr. Good Luck says, my wife really dislikes me listening to your program, so I might be out of the house tonight. Pray for me. Mr. Good Luck, tell your wife it's going to be all right. All right, Tracy, good morning. Miss Venice is here. She says, Lord have mercy, you don't kiss these babies, especially putas. They carry all kind of viruses. Well, listen, even if she wasn't, with COVID, you don't want people to go around kissing babies anyway. Come on now, that's just not acceptable. And Dean says, look, your TD, you need to get a belt with some cowitch and deal with his proper. I don't believe this BS that he told you about friend took the baby and he took the baby to see his side chick. End of story. Yeah, that to me, I don't believe either. And to be quite frank and honest, I'm not sure how much I want to believe this husband. You know what I'm saying? I think he's telling all kind of lies. Oh gosh, my apologies. Look like we've been missing a call. Let me see if I can get back to this caller. What a hot mess. But I want to talk about the Port Authority because that is a proper hot mess. Y'all wait till I tell you. Good morning, caller.
Okay. Just hold on.
Okay. Hello. He getting his thoughts together. Well, all right. Okay. I don't know what happened there. All right. Call back, caller. All right. I do declare $50 is an outrage. An outrage as in it's too much or too little? I don't know. Sabrina says, Jonathan Powell been like this. Caymanian women used to get them kicked off island until they realized that wasn't working. Well, apparently my understanding is, and this is works in immigration, they no longer take this approach of this being an issue and that somebody should be deported for it. So you can send in all the letters you want. Their position is, oh, wow. If they got a valid permit, they can stay. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you? Happy New Year to the Cayman Islands.
Oh, my gosh. Look at who it is. Happy New Year, darling.
Okay.
Ooh, let me try. You know you were hot on the Mall Road recently.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm calling about. I don't, Sandra, I really don't. All I do on my Facebook is to go do my prayer, send a birthday greeting, and I'm not on it the rest of the day. I don't have time.
Yeah.
You see, the same people that talks about me while we're talking, I'm looking at the 2020 trend that they have. I do fashion. Now, make me tell. You know how I know that? A good friend came from the States that knew me from time he was a little guy. And I taught him how to do carnival, costumes. So a couple of mornings ago, I heard this knock on my door. Reba. He said, let me in. Get your laptop. Let us go to work. And I said, go to work for what? He says, you didn't hear a what? I said, no. Aye. Then he showed me the whole thing. Now, let me tell this Miss Latricia, whatever she name, I really don't even care. What does she know about me? Now, Sandra, I am really,
girl.
Listen now.
Yes, ma'am.
I am really coming on your show.
Yes.
I have the box of evidence, a container of evidence, how to run a pageant. What they don't know about me, I have the clothes that you saw on that Facebook. We went and took them out of our archive. We didn't even know where half of them was. Because when I was working with the singing Christmas tree, I left them a lot of gowns and so forth. I didn't want them because I knew I wasn't going to use them. And I gave them to the church. So when I took to New Jersey, I took wedding dresses. I took a whole heap of stuff. But I'm not one of these that can walk around and show everything I do.
Yeah.
Let me tell her all this. Let me tell them all
Yeah,
this.
I thought it was very cheeky. So let me break it down because some of our listeners might be lost right now. They're like, what on earth is this? All right, folks, this is Reba Dilbert. She is a seamstress, a professional designer in her own right, renowned around the world. Miss Reba has been to Paris and all over the world with her designs. And so there was a bit of a controversy a couple days ago where Miss Cayman Universe, who can't even represent us because of her behavior, was posting something about her dress, right? So she said something about, her one-of-a-kind dress, blah, blah, blah. So somebody said, hold on a second. How can her dress be one-of-a-kind when another pageant girl, and I'm going to show y'all some pictures here so you can get a fix on what it looks like, when another Caribbean pageant girl actually wore the exact same dress earlier in the year at a local pageant. So how can it be that this person, and this goes back to this committee and the slackness that they be going on with, to be quite frank and honest, where they're paying top dollar for these so-called designers to give us a what would we call it, a one-of-a-kind design, and they're not even changing a stitch in the design. It's the exact same dress that somebody else wore. It's just a different color. So hold on now. Let me show our listeners what we're talking about, Ms. Reba, because we want to make sure that they understand what this was all about. So someone sent it to us because honestly, I'm not even looking at Ms. Cayman that hard, but someone sent it to us after she posted it. And so here's the proof. The proof is in the photos. So this is the dress and her post. Talking about, it's just a week until the 71st Miss Universe. Now, everybody agrees that Tiffany looks good. She wore the dress well. That's not the issue. She wants to talk about this beautiful design. Look at this. Donna's Caribbean Restaurant sponsored this really beautiful young lady who wore the exact same outfit. It's just a different shade of blue. They wouldn't even change the color that much. It's just a different shade of blue. And so, this person's like, why are we paying top dollar to foreign designers, especially, to design dresses when we have our own homegrown talent? And the foreign designers are just like we had a couple years ago. There was another controversy. It wasn't with this particular pageant queen. It was another one where the design of the dress, once again, was not all that original. So we're having people design our national costumes for pageantry, designing the evening gown wear and all this other stuff, and they can't even be original with their designs. And trust me when I assure you, I'm sure we're paying top dollar for what is a knockoff. Okay? So we put up the post on social media, and the only thing I could say, because y'all won't believe that I pick and pour old Tiffany like she's the victim and everything. The only thing I could say in the situation was like, listen, at the end of the day, I just want to know why we can't tap into someone like Reba Dilbert. Reba has been making these costumes from Jesus was a baby. She's been designing from Jesus was a baby. Why have we never tapped into her at a national level to assist with Miss Cayman Islands Universe? That was my only question. So then Latrice Haylock, little salty Latrice, wanted to get in the mix. That day she decided I had to block her child because she looked like she had lost her damn mind. She jumped on she's never commented on anything on CMR before, mind you, but the committee must have sent her to be their mouthpiece this time. So she jumped on all the posts about Miss Cayman defending her and her foolishness. And this is what she had to say. Oh, this was the other one. That was me putting her in her place with something else. But she made a comment about Miss Reba does not make gowns. She only makes costumes for things like Bada Banu. And so that is why, folks, Miss Reba is calling this morning to set the record straight, to say, honey child, I don't know where you come from, but you better try and get your facts straight. Go on, Miss Reba. I just want to give her the background.
Okay. So when he showed me this thing, he said it was a young lady. I think she was some Renford or something. I can't exactly remember. But he said if she had read and researched like that lady, she wouldn't be able to put those things against me. But what they're doing, they're trying to low rate me, what old people would say. But let me tell them this now. We're going to talk about pageants. I am going to come to you, Sandra. The only reason why I haven't hit you yet, because I was sick. And then I had to wrap up all the costume I brought back from Honduras. They wasn't even taken out of the box because we have to move out of here because the house needs fixing. So I'm packing and getting everything arranged. As soon as I got everything arranged, I am coming to you, and it should be sometime next week. We're going to have a show. Now, they've been in existence. Badabanu this year will be 40 years of me going down the road. Now, let me all tell them that I learned to sew. Where you see me living today is where I was born, where I grew up. I lived in my grandmother's house with my parents. I learned, my grandmother was a dressmaker. I learned to sew first before I even thought about making costume. I must have been about 2 years, it must have been about one, they say I was very young, and I started cutting up the whole house. I used to watch my grandmother. I would cut up the whole house. They hid everything from me. If you was to say something to my sister Esma today, she would tell you, me, I'm not sleeping in no bed with Reba because I want to make sure I don't have to wear a wig. So while she was studying her law, with Nancy Drew and her the boys, I was doing fashion. But when the costumes came in, I felt like I wanted to build costume. The sewing was easy, and I wanted something to challenge me and who I was. So I got in, and you know, I didn't go to no college to learn costume. I learned them right here on the island. Because I can see, I can't draw. Let me tell the people that
I tell you what, Miss Reba, the thing that really had me puzzled is how Latrice, I know she fancies herself to be, you know, she's on the committee, she's a committee member. She thinks she's an expert in costumes and designs, but how does she know anything about what your history is and what Miss Reba has done? You old enough to be her grandmother, I'm sure of that much.
Yeah, you bet right. Because I got a grandson now that is, I think he can be 22 next year. So, and what I want to say, Sandra, I went to New Jersey Fashion Week in New York. Do you think I carried costume there? Yes, I carried. But I also had to have gowns and wedding dresses. Now, the other day when I did that thing in Italy, let me tell you something. The gowns that they wore was the same thing Miss Universe wore. The same type of cloth. It was bridal cloth. And if you look at their gowns, now I want to ask them now, since they're better than me, I want to ask them now. I can put them to the test. As long as the crowd of them, Miss Darlene, them had Miss Cayman, couple of years now, tell me what did they accomplish? Can you tell me what have they accomplished? Now let me tell you something. I didn't have very much money, but then I used to have a pageant. Well, okay, I went to Malta. I won Best National Costume. I went to Turkey. I won Best National Costume. A gentleman saw me in Turkey, and he invited me to Russia. I went to the world's biggest podium export in Russia, where I received a golden apple for fashion and costumes. And I have this evidence for that. They gave me the certificate, everything I have. This last competition has given me labels to put on my clothes, international labels. Now, that's why I went. So another thing I'm going to ask them, haven't any of them won Director's Award in pageant? Well, I had Miss Petite Teen International. I think it's Miss Petite Teen. My contestant that I sent, which was Jerica Fellner, won Best National Director. She won the Best National, I think, Director of the pageant. Anyway, the director gives a trophy, and she won it. So tell me, if they are better than me, why haven't they accomplished anything? Well, better than that, I have a suitcase, help to run a pageant. That is what I am going to bring. And you're going to read it, not me, because they can say I lie. That day I never went to school. I'm not be able to read and write. I'm going to pass you what I think you need to know. This would let the cat out of the bag, because not even the judges did they present right. I'm telling you, Because when you look at this information, now how I got into this, there was a man came here from Jamaica looking for me. And he didn't find me. And he was staying at the Ritz. He saw a young lady with a costume that I had made for her from Miss Teen. And he asked this young lady, can I ask you who made that costume? She said, Miss Reba. He said, I'm here looking for her. And she said, well, he said, I need to find her. He said, well, she lives alongside of me. This is her number. And he gave the young lady his number to give me, but he was leaving. So he got in contact with me. Who the man was, I said, well, you can give somebody my number. And I've been all about up in Europe and things. I hope not one of them Arabs coming out to kidnap me. I was curious who this Indian man was. Now, when you hear who the Indian man was, you can hear how stupid us Cayman is. That man that came here was a man from Jamaica. His name is Lachitu Ranchandani. He owns Blue Diamond in Jamaica. He was the man used to be in charge of the Miss Universe and the Miss World in Jamaica. But what they wanted to do a pool it, get all the Caribbean countries together so we could take the Miss Universe title this way, but they wanted somebody who had some kind of talent. That is how I learned to do pageants. And I have all the instruction how to do a pageant, how to do this, how the young ladies should walk, how they should sit. The reason why I had to learn it, because Sandra, now you're going to hire somebody to teach your young lady to walk. The national director should know something about it, how to eat, how to walk, how to do everything, but they don't know. They don't know that, but I know all of it.
They outsource it to other people, I guess.
Yeah, so they teaches you. Yeah, and this was what you call the mock pageant. How to teach them to get to the Miss Universe pageant. They have mock pageant, and this is what they should do with these young ladies. I don't want their job. I love designing, and I would never, but I'm going to let them know because I'm going to bring that box of evidence, and it tells you. They wouldn't even know that it has about 4 stages of makeup. You know, you have to know all of this as a national director. You have to do morning, evening, stage. Oh, Sandra, when you read this information that I have, you're all going to say, well, my God, we might well stop spending that money on Miss Cayman because none of them has that director, little bit of knowledge how to get on a title. Is what them old people would say, get a title, man. They can't even get that because they do not know. And let me tell you all this, even Carnival, when I'm having costume, there's 2 things. Don't you bring no alcohol in my camp because you're going to do drunken costumes. So when they're having their Miss Universe and their pageants and they're going on with their training, nobody, and when I was doing mine, nobody never seen me drinking champagne, you know, and not studying my girls. And let me tell you, we have professional people here who can train them, but they do not want to work with that committee. I don't know why. And they have come to me. I'm telling you. And they have come to me. She said, if you start a pageant, Miss Reba, I will come back and work for you. When I had my pageant, I had a professional young lady who lived here on this island teach them. Because another thing they do not know, if you make somebody that do not know nothing about professional grooming, your young lady will develop a bad modeling and walking and everything.
Well, let me just say this as an aside. I mean, they had at one point the head of protocol who has, you know, professional protocol training. She's been overseas. I can't remember where it was exactly. She went to Europe and different places to actually get protocol certification, like properly trained. They had her doing the protocol training, how to dine and use the right forks, all this kind of stuff for the young ladies. And to the best of my knowledge, she left the committee years ago because they just couldn't get it together. And it's the same people who's heading it up now. I think they keep begging her to come back, but you know, there's certain people who don't want to be connected to this hot mess of a committee until they sort themselves out. And there's nothing that shows that they're going to be sorting themselves out anytime soon. Anyway, Miss Reba, leave me there.
What I want to say to you.
I know I've been trying to chase you down for a minute to come on the show, so I'm glad to hear that we're getting closer to doing that. Somebody also reminded me that I need to do a Cayman Voices segment with you, so we'll arrange that as well because you are definitely one of our icons.
I just want to say something to you before I go. This year will be 40 years for me for Bada Banu. And I started in 1983 when Bada Banu started. I am the only coordinator that is left there. So let me tell them, they don't worry about me because I worry about them, but I'm going to spill the beans, help to run a pageant.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and you have a good day, Sandra.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
And God bless you.
All
Bye-bye.
right, honey. Have a good one. All right. So you heard it straight from the horse's mouth this morning. Miss Reba not mincing her words. Andine says, look, yeah, ain't nobody I see that's so like Reba. I used to go by her house when I was younger because I was friends with her daughter and I used to enjoy watching Miss Reba sew. And if my mind serves me correctly, she did used to use no drawn out pattern. She was just taking measurements and cutting and doing and going. Sometimes I would wonder why she didn't open up a sewing school. Inspiring says she needs to be on the show. We need to hear her entire life story. Inspiring. We've been talking to Reba for years now, but sounds like she might be she's very busy too, so sounds like she might be getting closer to that. Liana says, run your own modeling agency, Miss Riri. Alejandro says, does Miss Reba teach people how to sew and design? What an achievement, says Alejandro. Yeah, she has really, really accomplished a lot. Liana says, I don't understand why this universe pageant is still an ongoing topic. They need to shut down if they cannot conduct themselves in an orderly manner, mannerly fashion. They're not supporting local artists that are highly recommended and committed to their talent. Plus, Tiffany still low hating on this girl through her comments. Miss Brenda says Miss Reba will be kept down because she's Caymanian. Members on that committee refuse to use Caymanian talent and creativity. Believe me, I will stand by that. Tell them to challenge it. Hot mess. And Kimaria says, such vast, exquisite talent and rich, knowledgeable experience. I would sit all day and listen to her speak. A woman is not a queen in her own land. It's strangers who appreciate her. Isn't that sad? So true, Kimaria. Gabby says, yes, she did her costumes for Kitty's Bada Banu back in the day, and I'm 38 now. So Miss Reba has been at it a long time. The point really, everybody let Latrice know, because she seems to be a bit uneducated on this topic, that Miss Reba doesn't just do Bada Banu costumes. She could do the gown for Miss Cayman if y'all would ever decide to give her a try. Anyway, someone says, poor Latrice entered Miss Cayman multiple times and didn't go anywhere. Miss Reba made her mark. I started Bada Banu with Miss Reba, and I remember being at her house 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Tell Latrice to go sit her wannabe you-know-what down. What a hot mess. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, let's move on to the port. The port is a little bit like the Miss Cayman drama. It is the hot mess that just keeps on giving. It is, my tea is overflowing and it just won't stop. Yeah? I don't even know what to say. Except, one second. I gotta tell you what I'm gonna, one second. All right, so my apologies. I just sent a quick. Okay. All right, listen. I get so sick and tired of talking about the port, but it is literally a situation that remains unresolved. Just because I haven't talked about it in a little minute doesn't mean that that place has improved one iota. We trying to give the new director an opportunity, Mr. Paul Hurlston. Not new, but recycled director. An opportunity to go and then fix things, but poor him, he's just fallen in line with the hot mess that is the board. Again, these boards, these committees, a lot of the issues start with them, lack of accountability. And nobody, I must say, Poor Kenneth Bryan this morning. He gonna be vexed because I gotta tell y'all the truth. Both of these hot mess of situations fall under him. And we can't seem to get them resolved. So here, we've done multiple shows on the port. We have a report. I don't even know if I need to dig that out of my archives. You guys know the safety concerns and issues, the security concerns and issues. The port is a mess. And my concern about the port is the governor has requested certain reports on the port because that is, your ports of entry, whether it's the airport, Port Authority, which controls the other ports, those are really critical components to the security and well-being of your country. And it's problematic because we fall under the UK. And if they feel like we're not doing a sufficient job of actually protecting our ports, they will take control of the damn port. And you know what happens? If the UK decides to step in and take over the port, see what Ms. Brenda says, national security. This is very, very alarming. Now, Paul Hurlston went in there and, they did a big, Paul Hurlston is back. He's going to fix everything. Hoo-ha-ha, blah, blah, blah. A press release, a press conference to talk about the fact that he's back. And I said, okay, let me sit back and I'm not going to criticize the man straight out of the barn. Let me give him an opportunity to prove himself. Well, honey child, somebody failing over this one. Now he's the director, so it's going to fall on his shoulders. Because when you go in there and you allow board members to use you for their own aspirations, we got a problem. You don't have the backbone, as Chris Saunders himself would say, the testicular fortitude to go into the port and take no prisoners. This is problematic. Poor Paul, he's in retirement mode because he said as much when he took over. He's like, I'm just here for a couple years and then I'm going to go back into retirement. He's in half retirement mode. You just come into the job and you're already announcing to the people that you're only going to stay a few years. That didn't sit well with me. Because you need to come in like a bull in a china shop, take no prisoners, and handle your business, which is the business of the people of the Cayman Islands. Deal with the situation. Unfortunately, the reason the board picked Paul is because they knew he would be putty in their hands and they can mold him and tell him what to do and send him instructions and use him, and he was just going to fall right in line. This is a problem, huh? Not good. Because that's what we don't need a civil servant who is not going to do the right thing by the people of the Cayman Islands. Jonathan says exactly. That's why he got the job. Because need I remind you that when they did the first round of recruitment for the port, Mr. Paul Hurlston had applied at the time, and this same board did not think he was qualified, and they turned down his application. Now you have it make sense. Jesus, we got a call on you this morning to have this port situation make sense. How does it make sense that the first time the man applied, he wasn't good enough? Some 9 months before, and then you turn around and hire him because so much shit was hitting the fan. And we were here exposing the port for the foolishness that they're going on with. All of a sudden, the same man who you rejected and wasn't good enough, oh yes, he's the best thing that is available to us. We need him back at the port. I'm not even getting into the fact that the previous government had fired him. I'm not even going that far back, because that's a whole other mess. They said for the first time ever, the port was losing money under Paul. Millions of dollars. This is what the progressive government said, and his leadership was not up to scruff and blah, blah, blah. Politics is now at play. And once again, I need you all to focus on the issue here. It's not Mr. Paul, I don't know this man from the man in the moon. I have no issues with him. The issue that I take is with the board and the minister, because the minister needs to put his foot down with these so-called committees and these so-called boards, which he appoints. He appoints the committee members and the boards. And if they're not doing their job, time to cut them. Yeah. So this is a situation that we are finding ourselves in. It's a hot mess, and it is not getting any better. So here is the latest situation in this hot mess, because I have been monitoring and I've been getting all kinds of stuff, and I've just been biding my time, watching and waiting and trying to give this man an opportunity. He came in. When did they announce his appointment finally? I see here that in May, we were saying that there were rumors that he was coming back, and they did bring him back, Mr. Hurlston. And so I have just been saying, let's give the man an opportunity. Let's give him a chance to prove himself or not. Let's see what's really going on. They want to blame the leadership at the port. They were blaming Beth. They were blaming Joey Woods before her. They want to blame everybody. But the mess continues. And the truth of the matter is, the real blame has got to be with the board. It is, and specifically, there are several board members who need to go. Yeah. This government is incapable. This minister is incapable of dealing with the situation. And it is most unfortunate. I'm sorry, but this is what it is. So here's the latest scoop now coming from the port. You guys will remember that I said, I'm trying to find the post now. Give me 1 second. Let me just find it for y'all now. I said back in, and this is going to demonstrate the problem that I have with the board quite succinctly, right? I said that Liz, what is Liz's last name again over at the port? Liz Smith, I believe, is a Liz. Let me see her now. Is it Liz Smith? Is she the port one? The port HR manager? Hold on. Let me find the post. Coming to you. I said that she was being put back at the port. Now, she was fired, another one fired, from the port as HR manager, right? Now, before they appointed formally Paul Hurlston, the board went and hired back Liz. Hear what I'm telling you, because under no circumstances would this be the proper thing to do? Yeah? Liz was fired, I believe, under Joey. Then she is brought back in advance of a new director coming in. Why not allow the new director to come in and appoint his own management team? He's the one who's going to have to work with her. He's the one who's going to have to be giving her directions. I'm trying to find the post to see exactly when we put it up last year, to say that this woman, Liz, was coming back in a position that she'd previously been fired from. Seems like the port has a real desire to rehire people that had been fired. Okay. So they brought her back, right? Very quietly. Nobody was supposed to know anything about it, but y'all know we get the sus. So we knew that she was coming back. Guess what? Guess what happened yesterday? Okay, hold on now. Let me pull up the receipts because I do have them. October the 25th, Paul Hurlston comes in as director. And this is what they say in an email that went out to all staff. Mm-hmm. They say, dear all, the critical position of HR manager critical position, imagine that. As of the 25th of October 2022 has been filled by Miss Monica Kathleen Elizabeth Smith, aka Liz Smith. Oh, I didn't know she had so many names, honey child. Miss Smith, as some of you may know, was previously the HR manager and has now returned to lend her expertise once again. Okay, if you say so. As we move forward with our HR initiatives, I'd ask for your cooperation as we work together for the betterment of the Port Authority as a whole. But most importantly, for each and every staff member, this is our ultimate goal. Poor Paul. In the near future, I will in person introduce Ms. Smith to staff. Thank you all for your cooperation as Ms. Smith settles into the post. All right. This was October. Here we are now in the month of January. So October, November, December, not even January proper. 3 months later, my apologies, this woman has been fired. Did y'all hear what I just said? They hired her and they have now fired her. I feel like I need one of those clips from Donald Trump's old show. You're fired. This is unbelievable. Yeah. How can this be? Well, all I can tell you is she got fired yesterday. I heard the word yesterday that she is fired. Kaputs, gone, no longer here. Wow. You're fired. Poor Liz. Can't imagine the stress that this must be causing her, honey child. But yeah, this is what it is. This is exactly what it is. The woman has been fired in less than 3 months. I mean, I have to think about this hard because I'm like, why was she fired? That was my first question. Why is she gone? Why is she fired? What did she do that was so egregious? Surely they couldn't have expected her to fix Rome in a day when Rome has been crumbling for years under this so-called board. Well, I'm still here waiting to see exactly what the situation is. Okay? Because my sources tell me the reason that the woman has been fired is because she would not be a lackey to this board. And that's all they're looking for is spineless lackeys that will do their bidding for them and just bend over and just take it. The board is running, and let me be very clear, it's not all board members, but they know who they are. We've talked about them before. Yeah. The select few board members, they're the ones who's actually running the port, and boards are not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to get involved in the day-to-day management of these organizations. But that's exactly what this board is doing with their so-called management subcommittee and this subcommittee and that subcommittee. Now hear this. I'm going to go there again. This Donovan Hutchinson guy, y'all need to explain to me how on earth this man has moved up the ranks. And like I said, don't take it personal, Donovan, whoever the hell you are, because I don't know you. But I know what you've been doing, and I've heard the irregularities, and I do not understand it. Can we get the Auditor General to go and dig up in the port? This man has an acting allowance for HR manager, right? The previous acting HR manager, poor Sasha, she was on maternity leave and then they demoted her and got rid of her from HR completely. Hutchinson, who's supposed to be the CFO, takes on all these other roles and he's getting acting allowance for this, acting allowance for that. The man is making more money than the port director. Huh? Y'all need to explain this to me. Good Lord, have this make some sense. Because it doesn't make any sense. And one of the acting allowances he was getting was HR manager. Y'all tell me what experience the man got in HR. Okay. And here the joke. Even before Sasha, the previous acting HR person, went on maternity leave and was still there doing the job, he was getting the acting allowance for HR. Mm-hmm. Auditor General, go and check your dates and start digging up on when his acting allowance started and when she left, when the new one came in, and how long he been getting this acting allowance for. You need to check some figures. Now, I'm no mathematician, but something stinks to high heavens, and it simply is not adding up. I've told y'all before, there are board members who want this Donovan man to eventually become the port director. That is the end game here. And he is in bed, possibly quite figuratively and literally, with a board member who will do anything to ensure that that happens. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Oh, Minister. Good morning. How are you?
I am blessed. Thank you. Happy New Year to you and your listeners.
Yes, sir.
As usual, you know I was listening. you knew I was listening.
Oh, God. Well, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the reason I called is simply on the basis that you said I was competent to handle the matter. So,
well, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure I said that, but I do need you to step it up now. I said you were incompetent.
You said I was incompetent to deal with the matter.
All right. Well, because you won't fire the board. Because you won't fire the board, I'll stick with that if I said that. But go on.
Okay, fair enough. So let's see if we can answer some of the concerns that you have. Because obviously I can't get away from the fact that you are a reputable voice in the Cayman Islands, which one you have earned. So let's see, I can be held accountable as minister to these concerns within my power. Because you know there's certain things I can do and I can't do. So let's just give the public some clarity as to the reality of things. So a couple of things you've already said wrong and brought some conclusions on. Is one, the now port director was not fired. He was not renewed from the past administration.
They fired him. You're trying to say the Progressive didn't fire Paul Hurlston?
But that's the assumption that the government can. The government cannot fire a director because the appointment of it is done by the board. So that's suggesting that I can go and fire the current one now. The government cannot fire. You know the protocols, the hiring practices is done by the board that is there, right? Well, a government itself, so no politician can fire a director. So I just want to make sure.
So let me ask you a question then. Let's address that one point. If he can't be fired, right? I'm going to refer, because this happened before.
He can't be fired. I said he can't be fired by politicians.
Okay, all right. If he can't be fired by politicians, and this was way before CMR was around, do explain to me when the Compass did their article about his termination, renewal of contract, however you want to pretty it up, the people that they spoke to were the politicians, Alden McLaughlin and the Minister of Tourism at the time, Mr. Moses Kirkernel. Why are they talking to them if they're not got nothing to do with him no longer having a job?
I can't be held responsible for what
I'm not saying you're being held responsible. No, I'm just saying to your point.
What I'm trying to clarify is to answer your question is, if they said that they fired him, they're admitting to guilt or breaking the law because they can't. That's what I'm saying to you. And you know that, you know the protocols, you know that I cannot go down there and say, director, you were fired. And neither could the previous government. So if they said that to a Compass Media before, they admitted to breaking the law. So that's neither here nor there to the current situation. I'm just giving you little clear points that the public who's listening can understand. So, so it's not a big deal, but he wasn't fired by the last government. But neither here nor there, the new board had an opportunity to look at his circumstances, and that board decided, for whatever reason, whether we agree with it or not, that he's appointed now.
Yeah.
Now,
Any idea? Hold on a second. Let me just pick up on this, right? Any idea why that exact same board 9 months before wouldn't hire him when he first applied?
Well, I don't think that they saw that he was the best candidate. I'm assuming. That's my assumption.
What do you think happened?
I'm not involved. I'm not saying that I can tell you what the reason is why, because I'm not a part of that process.
Okay.
All right. So I know that due to a lot of pressure by yourselves, rightfully so, they needed to appoint somebody who was capable of doing it, right? So maybe they wanted to expand it. I don't know, but there was a lot of pressure at the time, particularly from yourself. Every single day, you were talking about the court, and they finally said, you know what? Let's find the person who is best available. They appointed somebody who you can't say he doesn't have the experience, and you rightfully said, you know what? Let me give him a chance.
All right, let me on the point. Let me just pause you 1 quick second. On the point of Paul Hurlston not being fired, let me read a headline from you that was dated February the 19th of 2015 from the Compass. Port Authority boss sacked. Can we agree that the word sacked and fired can be used interchangeably?
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. I'm not disputing what the article says.
Yes.
I'm saying that media isn't always right, and you know that. So whether they use the terminology to garner viewers and listeners and readers to the various different news articles is irrelevant to whether or not it's factual that the government of the day fired him. So he maybe have been sacked or let go, depending on which word you want to choose, or not renewed, because the truth is, what you were talking about in the hiring practices of the current lady, I saw your headline this morning. I did my due diligence to say, listen, I don't want another headache for the new year. What's going on? And so,
poor you. You can get a lot of them, child.
I know. That's what you were made for, to give me a headache. But
put on your
part of my
seatbelt.
job and my responsibility to be.
Put on your seatbelt, honey, child. You can get more headaches than you can probably handle.
My job is to handle the headaches. Right? That's what the people put me here for. So with that being said, the part that may be missing from your information when you say she's been fired, I leave that to the board, the port to decide or say whatever articles or statements they want to make. But as far as I'm aware, she's not passed her probation, so she can't be fired. Maybe she hasn't passed her probation. But the only reason I call, right, is to give context to the narrative rather than.
Well, she can be fired. They don't have to give her a reason why, because she's on probation. Yeah. So it's not a question. She can't be dismissed. She can't be fired. She can't be let go. She can be, and she was.
Yeah, you're right. So can I ask you this? If a person is on probation and you say you're on probation for 3 months or 6 months or whatever, and you say, okay, after probation, then you're confirmed. If you're not being confirmed, do you believe that is to being fired? Just trying to understand your viewpoint of firing and not being confirmed.
Well, when I see an email coming from Paul Hurlston back in October saying that the critical position of HR manager has been filled by Miss Monica Kathleen Elizabeth Smith, aka Liz Smith, I assume that she has filled the position because that's what the email said. It didn't say she was temporary. It didn't say we were going to just try her out. It said the critical position has been filled with her, and it goes on to talk about how the director is going to be walking her around to introduce her to people.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's a common practice in any business.
So she was hired and she was fired. But the more important question, Minister, that I have for you is why did the board hire her before appointing the new director?
I don't think that would be a correct statement. Again,
you better check, because if you see,
hold on.
When I made my post on social media, the timing of that was before the appointment of this man. So you double check it.
I can answer it for you if you want me to.
Yes, please do.
Okay, all right. So in the interim, there was another director between the acting director, Miss Best, and the current director, correct? Was there an acting one?
Yes, there was Mr. Christian. He acted. Who else acted? We had quite a few acting.
So if you're saying that she was hired before the current one, there would have been a director involved who had the authority under the Port Authority Act to be able to hire her. Would that be correct?
Well, let me tell you what I understand to be the position.
No, but you got to answer the question.
Yeah,
first.
I'm going to
Is
answer
that
it. I'm going to
correct?
answer it.
Okay.
I understand that when they had interim director, Mr. Christian, who, as you know, heads up the port in Cayman Brac, that is when the board pushed through the hiring of the situation with Liz.
But when you say the words like comments like that, which is, you know, nobody's going to be able to try to deny something that you have made up plausibly to say the board pushed through. What does that mean?
All right,
when
so,
you say stuff like that? The board pushed through. Where's your facts?
September the 17th, right, was when my sources revealed that Liz was on her way back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that was before, let's check the dates now. Anyone, and I can't remember who would have been acting at that point, because I think poor Beth was already out. So I don't believe that it was her. So I don't know who would have been acting. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that might have been right around the time that they just put Mr. Christian in place. Now, I stand to be corrected on that. I could be a little bit off on the dates because there were so many people going and coming at the port at that time, as you will recall. But the decision was being made at that time, and it's coming from the board. The board is directing the, listen, Minister, I need you to do me a favor and the people of Cayman Islands a favor. Look at this relationship between Donovan Hutchinson and that female board member. I can't remember her name right now. And why he seems to be on her best friend list and why they seem to have a relationship that is a little bit too tight. Why is he earmarked to be the next port director? Why is he getting acting allowances to be as HR manager when they had other people who were had not even left to be on leave as yet? You need to go back and ask the board these questions and check these dates. And by the way, for the record,
Sandra, I can happily answer some of them if you allow.
I'll allow you all the time you need, but let me tell you this. For the record, the same board is hoodwinking their board minutes because they saw that we started to check certain things in the board minutes, and they are lying in board minutes and not revealing certain information, and in certain instances, even trying to change up dates and so on. Ask yourself why the board claims that a certain person was there, one of the HR and one of the directors for one of the appointments or whatever that they made, and that meeting never took place with that person there. There's a lot of shenanigans going on at the port.
Okay, Sandra, and the reason I called is I hope that I could potentially clarify some of the shenanigans you're talking about.
All right, take your time.
So that the public can understand. Or you jump from one topic to the other one to the other one, and I think
it's just so much going on there.
Fine, and I think that if you find a situation with facts and evidence to prove your suggestions on the radio, I am a minister who will take control of the situation and hold my board accountable. But you're saying things without you're suggesting things, and I've yet to hear the fact. I listen to you carefully, you know, and you're not always wrong. I can give you that. And if I see something that you have said to say, you know, something don't sound right there, I will call the chairman. I'll call the board up and say, listen, I have concerns about this. So let's go back now to the things you have claimed, right? You're saying that there is a special relationship between one of the acting deputy directors and one of the board members. Where's your facts to that? Because you're making a claim publicly on the national radio of a claim that you cannot justify with no evidence. Can you give me the evidence of it?
All you have to do is look at the preferential treatment that Mr. Donovan has gotten and ask yourself why. What makes him so qualified to get all of this treatment?
What preferential treatment? Let's get down to the nitty-gritty.
Getting paid in an acting position when the acting position should not have been open. Well, he's got about 5 acting positions. So the one I'm specifically speaking to is
about
HR.
Something specifically. So I want to get to the specific one because I can probably answer your question.
Okay, HR, he was acting. Yeah. He was getting an acting allowance for HR, and the position had not yet been vacated by the other person. Why was he getting an acting allowance?
Who was in the position that he was acting for that was there and he was getting paid for it as well? Tell me.
Sasha.
Was she the manager for HR?
She was acting as the HR manager.
So I think what you're misinterpreting is acting HR director and acting HR manager, and you're interlinking the both. That's what I think you're doing, which you know, and one of the concerns before was getting these deputy directors post filled, right? And none of them have been filled. Matter of fact, there's 3 posts. I think one is for administration and HR, one is for finance, and the other one is for operations. The only one that is in place right now, which is an acting position, is for the gentleman you're speaking about, who has to deal with finance. And it's acting. He's not even confirmed, right? Because the post has to be filled. Now, if he's making an acting allowance, according to what I've been informed, because the post hasn't been filled. Now, while the HR matters is a big concern, and hence the reason for the lovely lady to be hired, and why she's been let go, I am certain that the director can have his own reasons for that. That's what his job is. But I think that it's important to recognize that every company, whether government, authority, or a private sector company, does this in every sense, where there's a probationary period to see whether it works out or not. And if it doesn't work out for whatever reason, that's why contracts are written the way they are, to say, you know what, we decided we're going to go in a different direction. Now, I don't know why that was done, but it is acceptable to know that this is common practice.
Okay, let me okay, all right, let me ask you this question.
Okay.
It is the policy at the port is that you only get an allowance if the position is actually I think that's supposed to be higher than your own position. So why would he be getting an allowance to begin with?
I think I just explained that. Maybe I can say it again. Okay, so there's a difference between HR manager and HR deputy director. Do you understand what I mean by that? So you have a deputy director who is in charge of administration and HR, and then you have a manager underneath that person, right? Then you have the deputy director for operations, and then deputy director for finance. You understand that part? So the lady that was recently hired, Miss Smith, wasn't for a deputy director position. It was for the HR manager's position. Do you understand that part?
All right. Well, I'm going to verify that. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I obviously need to verify that because as far as I understand, Sasha was heading up the department in an acting capacity.
Okay.
So,
well,
I mean, I would also like for you to ask how many different allowances Donovan has been getting. Because he's actually making more money than the port director.
So in some cases, that could potentially happen when somebody's acting and they're getting their own salary for something else. Now, that doesn't look right. I'll definitely ask the right questions. But sometimes what is important, right, is to give the context of every situation, because it's easy for the public to come away with a very, very different viewpoint when you just throw out suggestions as to how bad things are and they're just lack of justification.
Since I'm giving you a list of questions, I got another one for you that you can go back to the board with. When they put Donovan in this acting HR position, in addition to that, he was also utilizing a recruitment firm to do the job. So I don't even know what he was being paid for.
Okay, well, somebody has to manage it within the port, the relationship with the HR department, no? Would that be fair? Or do you just nobody?
But he don't know nothing about HR. He doesn't know anything about HR, so maybe that's why.
That's a different question. That's a different question.
That's why he shouldn't be acting to begin with.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go back to that now. So when he was put as acting director, as far as I'm aware, was before the current director has been hired, right? So we're here challenging whether he should be acting or not. That's a decision for the director at the time to do that. Now, what you're doing is challenging their decisions. They have a right to that decision to say, I think this is, matter of fact, he was the second most senior person from a deputy director position. There's no other deputy directors. So who else was going to do it?
I need you to do me a favor and have a look at the port policy about acting allowances. And then tell me that the decision that was made, and at this point, I'm not really caring who made the decision. Ultimately, I'm going to hold the board responsible for it. The decision that was made in relation to Donovan, if that was in keeping with the port policy. That really is the question here.
No problem. And I don't think the board is the one that would be, I guess the board is always held accountable because the board has to hold the director accountable for what decisions are made below them. And the decision that you're talking about is one in a deputy acting position. So the person responsible for that would be the director, and then the director is answerable to the board, and the board is answerable to me. So hence the reason why I have to come on, because you throw all the weight on me and I am happy and strong enough to handle it. But let's give clarity to all the circumstances. And if there's a legitimate concern that you have, I'm happy to address it. But throwing concepts out there that is can be unproven unless there's clarity, sets a bad picture. So I think there's some other questions you had. Maybe I can help clarify them so the public can be aware. Is there any other questions that you have?
Well, I mean, I need you to look into all the allowances surrounding Donovan and others. I mean, let's not, I mean, he's the highest paid person at the port. So let's address that with all these allowances that he's been getting. You know, and his relationship with Jackie. I would like some clarification on the nature of that relationship, because again, there are people.
What do you mean by relationship? Because
whatever kind of friendship, whatever kind of friendship it is that they have. I mean, it appears that he gets preferential treatment. Jackie gives him preferential treatment. She, along with
Jackie cannot give him preferential treatment. Jackie doesn't have the authority to. So this allegation that you're suggesting without facts is
well, this is one of those situations where if you know what's happening at the port, and apparently enough people know, just like I can tell you. Let me say this, right? You Minister, you know how this works already. Just like I can tell you that when you went to the Christmas function, you were telling the guys that you're not gonna talk to them anymore because everything you say ends up on Mall Road.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that to them?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But that's fine. There's an element of truth to that, because the fact is that every time I
you didn't say it, but there's an element of truth to it.
Oh no. What I mean is the element of feel. I'll be straight up and honest with you, as I do with everybody in the country. My relationship to try to fix the port, I tried to be as intimate with my employees as I could, and recognize that, you know what, no matter what I did, I was criticized for it. So I stepped back and I stepped away from the port, not having an intimate relationship with the employees, because you know what, then they will criticize to say that the politician is getting involved. So I decided that if you have a claim, if you have a concern, go through the proper protocols. Go to your HR manager first. After your HR manager, you go to your director. After your director, you go to your board. After you go to your board, then you come to the minister, and then the minister will carry it back to the cabinet. That's the proper process. Now,
the other questions that I want you to take back to the board.
Sandra, hold on for a second. Let me clarify this part, because it's very important. It's very important about the relationship right now. Because every time we ask ministers to fix situations or handle situations, I try, because every one of those poor guys are my people. They're my grassroots people, and I love them so much. But then situations like yourself, you get information and whatever else and saying, well, what are they doing involving themselves in HR matters, whatever. So I said, you know what? I'm not going to allow anybody to accuse me of inappropriately behaving. So I stepped away. And yes, that is correct. That's the action I took, because it was for my own political sanity. Because every time I try to fix it, you obviously love the headlines, and I appreciate that. That's what you do. That's how you get your viewership. But just give them the facts of every situation.
I mean,
right?
but the truth of the matter is, Minister, the hot mess at the port has not ceased. It's not stopped. It's not gotten any better. And as I said this morning, I have purposely, I'm just going to join on a call. Hold on one second. I have purposely.
I don't necessarily think it hasn't gotten better, because actually the employees have said to me, many of them have said at that particular.
Hold on one second, Minister. Let me merge these two together. Sorry, I was just doing a call merge.
Mr. Paul is back and things are better. Things have calmed down a little bit. Now, have they resolved every issue? No, because up to just last week, I said, listen, for the New Year's, I talked to the chairman. I said, can you tell me what's going on with all of these positions that haven't been filled? And I've been informed that that's a priority for the director to get them filled. So,
well, the HR manager fired now, so I don't know how much filling is going to be going on. But here's the next thing: there was some temporary positions that Beth McField hired while she was there as acting director. My understanding is pretty much all those guys have now been fired. All Caymanians, by the way, they have been terminated, fired, sayonara, whatever fancy word we want to use for it. They're no longer there. They're gone. The fact that those positions have not been filled is problematic, because it is putting undue stress on the workers, which is causing safety concerns and issues. There was a safety audit that was done. What has been done in relation to the safety audit?
Yeah. Okay. So you want me to try to answer that, or?
Well, I mean, these are questions. These are questions that we have.
Well, these are the questions I want to answer. So I'm asking you. Do you want me to answer that, or do you want to take the person who's on the call?
Well, let me see. Miss Charlene?
Yes.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
I just asked a quick ask of the minister.
Yes.
This is Charlie, Minister. Same to you, my dear. Same to you. And I just want to ask you, Minister, there is another conundrum out there over your head, and I don't really want to publicize because, you know, Miss Sandy can put you under pressure. So I don't want too much pressure on either you nor her this morning. So, Minister, I want to say something to you. And if I call your office, would you answer me? Or Miss Sandy can give you my number because, you know, I call her all the time, almost every day. I would want to talk to you.
I will promise you that as soon as I get off this call with Miss Sandra and the Cayman Islands public, I will call you directly myself. Okay?
Okay, thank you, dear. Thank you. I might have had a number change. No, I might have had a number change. I asked her for it.
Well, send me a text right now while I'm talking to Sandra. Your number. And
what you say I must do? Look here, you know you always made fun of me.
I'll send it to the minister for you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Happy New Year, dear.
Happy New Year, sweetheart. Or Miss Ma'am, because if I say sweetheart, they criticize my inappropriate terminology.
So listen, what you really need to do is to have this so-called letter that appointed Donovan as HR and gave him this allowance. You need to have a look at that because I understand the biggest issue.
I will.
Yes, the biggest issue with that is he's not supposed to get an allowance for position that's under his current position. So he shouldn't be getting an allowance for HR at all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. I'll inquire about whether the process has been done in the appropriate way. And
now he's been acting deputy CFO, so he's getting allowance for that. The man must have gotten about 5 different allowances. And let's be very, very honest here, Minister. The question I have to ask is how many jobs can this one Donovan Hutchinson do? He must be a Superman.
Okay, Sandra, hold on for a second. Okay, you just said you made an allegation again that the man is getting 5 different acting allowances.
Several different allowances.
Wait, Sandra, 1 second, please. If I find out that that's not the case,
well, if it's 2 or 3, no. Let me clarify it right here, right now. If it's 2 or 3, and he's wearing 2 or 3 hats, how is he even able to do his primary job?
Well, that's a legitimate question to ask. I'm asking you about what is allowed by law and regulation and policy within the port.
Look at the port policy. Because the port policy says he should not be getting an allowance for HR?
Okay, so if the port policy, and I'm making some assumptions now, right? Because I don't know. I'm making some assumptions. If the port policy allows him to act in 2 positions, right?
It's not about acting in 2 positions. The port policy is that you're not supposed to get an allowance for a position that is beneath yours, right?
Okay, fair enough.
He was acting in an HR position that was beneath his, so he should not be getting that allowance.
Okay.
So if see who appointed him to that, who signed off on it, and hold somebody accountable.
Okay, so no, I will not hold them accountable. I will ask the chairman to ask his director if this has been done and if it's appropriate, and I'll get that confirmation. But what I'm asking you is if everything has been done to the books that is within the law and the policy within port, will you apologize for making that?
No, you're going to have to come and bring it to us.
Okay, fair enough. Good. So now on to the next point.
Okay, so here's what I understand. He's getting an allowance for acting deputy director, HR. He gets a motor car allowance, cell phone. I believe that he was acting CFO. You can check on that as well. I don't know if they finally appointed him to that position or not. So you need to bring that specific policy, the port policy, and really dig kind of deep into that. All right,
okay.
Safety.
I will do that.
Safety concerns with your workers.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say this so the public is listening to. Right, I'm more mindful of the public than particularly you. So the board members and the port members are listening. So they are taking note of things that I would want addressed.
Okay, well, I hope they're listening. While we're at it, can we ask them about the organizational chart? Because Donovan apparently doing that too, although y'all just had an HR manager. So he's doing the organizational chart.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all allegations. Let's put under one big umbrella of allegations. Hiring non-Caymanians in his department. He's just hired an African that he has as a temp. Only God knows why. He could have found a Caymanian for that position. And why are they asking someone who's a CFO to review and do the organizational chart when he has no experience with that? He is not an HR person and he has no HR experience. Once again, this is why people question the relationship between him and Jackie and other board members. There seems to be
you keep
something
on saying
amiss
his
here.
relationship with him and Jackie as if to say that there is one without any proof of it. And again, you throw this stuff out as it's gospel, and it's not fair to the board members at all. Matter of fact, not only if I know you're harping on one particular one, but what you recognize is when you say board members, you say it in its totality, and all the other hardworking board members that you're not pointing fingers at get caught up in this thing, and it's unfair to them. You know how hard it is now. If God forbid, if I had to remove somebody to ask somebody to say, "Can you come and give service to the country and be a part of this board?" They'd be like, "Hell no."
Well, they should all think twice. They should all think twice about sitting on any board, because it is a real responsibility, and that's the problem. Too many people are getting appointed to boards as political favors, and not because they're actually qualified to be on the board. And I'm not speaking about the port. I'm speaking about across the board. Now, okay, I have up on the here, since we're going to make life really easy for you. I actually have that page of the policy here about acting allowances. It's section 2.7.1 of the Port Authority policy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to go
subsection
on Facebook as well,
A.
so I can see.
Yes, subsection A. Employees who are required to perform the duties of a position having a lower pay range than the pay range applicable to their position shall receive no adjustment. That is the section that applies to Donovan, and somebody needs to answer to.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you pointed it out.
I'll forward it to you.
No. I saw it here, and I know that I've asked somebody to listen into the show because I was going to call in, and for the chairman and the board to look into this matter to confirm whether your allegation is factual or not, whether he is getting that, and to justify the reasons as per that and who made the call. Because if you have made a claim that is factual, that is inappropriate, I will handle it. That I can guarantee you. But you got to recognize, and you know, because you're well informed about this stuff, what level of authority I do have from I don't have. You know, I don't mind being held accountable for things I have control over. What I don't like is when you make the assumption that I'm not dealing with a matter that is not within my power.
Yeah.
So
here's another question that you need to ask your board. Hopefully they're all listening this morning. Why is it that after Beth Macfield, when she was their acting director, she had just finished this organizational chart? Why was it necessary for Donovan to go and redo the organizational chart, a man who has no HR experience?
I have no idea about an organizational chart being redone. But yet again, another question that I will happily try to get answered for you. If in fact the organizational chart has been changed.
Yes, you can take that one to church, that gospel. Now,
okay, no problem. But
you need to ask for the appointment letter. You also need to see the appointment.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Here's the other assumption that you're making, that even if an organizational chart has been done, that it can't be changed.
I never said that. I never said you can't change it. But it should be changed by someone who knows what they're doing.
Fair enough. And I'll agree with you on that point and clarify that situation as well. Yeah? So
there's just too much shenanigans going on.
What shenanigans based on your viewpoint, Sandra?
All right.
You're not.
After the other thing you need to check is when Donovan's allowance that he should not have been getting in the first place, when was it continuing to be received? Because apparently the talk on the Mall Road is that Miss Liz herself had concerns about Donovan still getting the HR position even after she was hired. Just check it.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Say that again.
The time period for which he was getting the allowance that he should not have been getting in the first instance does not even add up. Even if, let's say for argument's sake, that we're completely wrong, which we know we're not, that this position was above his pay grade, which we know isn't the case, right? And he was entitled to this allowance. The period of time in which he was getting it included periods of time when other people were actually in that position acting or actually filled the position.
Okay, and if that happened, that would be inappropriate. So I will question that. If you have information that I'm unaware of, I mean, I wouldn't be aware of it anyway. I'm only asking these questions because I saw your post saying port again, and obviously going, here we go again. So I ask the relevant questions. So I will inquire about that if that is happening based on, if you hear these things and you find out something that I don't know, call me, let me know. I'll be happy to say, board members, and Chairman, I understand this is the case. Can you confirm or deny? And if it is confirmed that it's inappropriate, handle the matter. Because I will hold my board members accountable. But what I can't do is when there's allegations and there's no evidence for that. People will say things all the time, Sandra. You know that. Oh, they're doing this and this politician and that, and this manager doing this, and there's no facts to it. So obviously my job is to hold people accountable as per policy, regulation, and legislation. Now, if you find somebody contrary to that, I will deal with it. If my board can't handle it, then I will remove them. But I can't say to you
that is now where you and I are going to kind of have to disagree, with all due respect. I do not believe, and you know how this can go now, I do not believe that you have the testicular fortitude, in the words of the deputy premier, because he loved that two combination of words, to do anything about this board or the Miss Cayman committee. Let me just go on record to say it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you can do anything about it. That's just my opinion.
That's your opinion.
Yes, that is my opinion. Right.
So that's fine.
You're absolutely right. The other question I want you to put on the board is that there are allegations of them tinkling, messing with, leaving stuff out of minutes, adding stuff in minutes that never happened. Ask them about their recording method for their board minutes and how accurate those are. Because in certain instances, they have claimed that there were people there who were not even there.
Okay, I'll ask about the minutes procedure, but just to clarify, because this is a common thing amongst every board and every recording situation of minutes. The truth is there's not a policy across the Cayman Islands, not only the port, across the Cayman Islands, there's not a recording system where every single word that was mentioned, every single cough,
this transparent government should work on that.
Let me finish so I can give the public the understanding, right? So board set of minutes is the recollection of everybody taken by the secretary, and then the minutes will be confirmed by the members. Is this a true, accurate reflection as to what happened in the last meeting, right? So the board will agree to that. Now, it's not verbatim. It's different when a stenographer verbatim records. So obviously it will always be subjective as to say, well, that's not the full 100% story. And I agree with you, maybe the whole country should go into recording by way of audio of everything that was said, because then you have 100% transparency and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Right? So I'll agree with you on that. But
because apparently they're even putting down someone was there as a recording secretary when they weren't.
Okay, well,
that's not a minute leaving out a word, not having something verbatim. You're saying someone was in attendance when they weren't even there?
Okay, well,
that's a big problem.
That is a big problem. I agree with you. If that has happened and you can find me the proof, I will ask my board, how did this happen and what is going on with the recording of the minutes? And any point in time that I find that my board is not acting appropriately, I will hold them accountable. They know that. Every board that I appoint knows how I expect accountability by them, just like how I am expected to be accountable in the eyes of the voters of this country. So there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying what you need to do is produce facts and evidence rather than allegations. So now allegations can be supported with evidence and I can rectify the problem. But it's difficult when you just throw out things that can never be disproved or proved.
I'm pretty sure they can be proven because the board minutes are there.
Okay, so do me a favor, if you can, help me and the country. Can you send me an email with this particular part that you were concerned about, and I will inquire, and if something has gone wrong, I will ask who was responsible for it and hold them accountable. Okay?
Okay.
Is that fair?
My dear?
Okay, all right. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want the public to know that I am doing the best that I can in managing all situations within the responsibility and power that I do have. Because if you step outside of that parameters of what authority you have, then you'll be accused of something else, which is you're stepping out of line and you don't have the power to do so.
All right. One more for you to add to your list, Minister. Okay.
Okay.
When we're looking at the website, there was a board meeting held with the minister, meeting 509. And there has been no minutes posted, and that was from It looks like sometimes between September and October. Why have those minutes not been posted?
I don't know, but again, say it one more time just so I can note for myself.
So a board meeting held with the minister, that's yourself. And it should have been board meeting 509. No minutes have been posted on the website in relation to that meeting. We'd like to see those minutes.
Would it be an official board meeting or would it be a meeting with the members?
Well,
because there's a difference between a formal meeting. So let me explain. Let me clearly explain because I don't want no misunderstanding, please. I have the authority as minister to meet with board members to get updates on matters. They don't necessarily mean that that meeting is an official board meeting where decisions are made. Now, whether and every time I speak to any board member in their capacity as board members, I always ask, is this a board meeting officially for record purposes or not? Now, if I meet with them when they're having a board meeting, they have to record that I'm there. If it's a meeting for an update, it doesn't have to be recorded as at a meeting for a board meeting because it's not an official board meeting, if you understand what I mean.
Yes.
So if there is, I'd be happy to inquire because I know that I've only met with them twice. The only other meetings I have is when the chairman will call me or meet with me to give me updates on how things are going at the port. Because like you have said before and others, I have to make sure that I'm at arm's length with the operations of the port because it would be inappropriate for me to intervene because the board has been appointed, the board appoints the director, and the director runs the operations. Would that be fair?
All right. So the only the only response I would say to that is that if board 509 wasn't actually a board meeting, it shouldn't be on the website saying that it was a board meeting.
I agree with you 100%, and I will inquire about that because I don't want any misunderstanding. I definitely don't want anybody thinking that I'm no minister that goes off and have private meetings and this, that, and the other thing. That's not how it works with me. So with that being said, thank you so much, and I will inquire about
one more for you, Minister. We can't let you go quite yet.
One more. Here we go.
Yes. Well, you know, you choose to call in. So I appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate you calling in because the list is long. Donovan, who is supposed to be the CFO, right? Although he's trying to act as every donkey in the port. He did not present the 2022 budget to the board until April of 2022. That was in the board minutes for April of 2022. Why is it that someone who's not even performing the bare minimum of their own core function getting promoted to act in other roles like HR, redoing the organizational chart and all this other stuff? He looks like he is overwhelmed with his own job. So the question is, let me repeat it.
Okay.
The CFO, Donovan Hutchinson, did not present the 2002 budget to the port. And you know what a budget is for, right? That's to forecast what you're going to spend. So the idea is you actually have that in advance of your fiscal year, in advance of your spend. He did not do that until April of 2022. Now, on the screen, Minister, the proof is in the pudding. We have here the minutes that were dated that said the acting Deputy Director of Finance and Facilities presented a revised, updated allowance band to be considered for the board. Discussion ensued, blah, blah, blah. And it goes on to say under subsection G that the acting Deputy Director of Finance and Facilities, that's the same Donovan fella, advised the board that the budget for 2022-2023 was behind due to limited staffing. It was agreed by the board that a special meeting will be held to go over the budget once received. So here is a man by his own admittance, right? He's short staffed. He can't find nobody, blah, blah, blah. But yet he is dabbling in every aspect of the port when he should be focused on his core issues, his core job.
I'm not here to defend the actions of an employee. Matter of fact, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to comment on whether they're doing a good job or a bad job. That's for the board to.
Well, I'm telling you that in the board minutes, I don't need you to comment on it. I'm just saying to you.
Hold on for a second. Let me just say a little few words, right?
Yeah.
So it's not my place to comment on those, right? But I think that there is I'm kind of lost in respect to the question about the budget. So you said the budget wasn't prepared for 2022, 2023 budget, and it was late from April 2022. Is that what I understood?
He was late in submitting it. And the reason he gave the board, according to their own minutes dated June the 2nd of 2022, is that he is short-staffed. He is, at the brink.
So that would be the budget that would have been presented
for last year to this year.
From last year to this year, but that budget wouldn't have been presented in last year. It would have been presented in 2021.
Well, I mean,
budget for
they said he's late. They said that much. They said he was late.
But he was late for which budget?
It says here the 2022-2023 budget was behind.
Yes.
And he's saying, it's because he's short-staffed. My point is,
behind by what date?
It doesn't matter. It was behind by an entire year. It looks like, or at least by a number of months.
Okay, what it looks like. Now, I want you to be factual with the information. Here's why I'm saying that, right? And just so the listening audience can understand. A budget has to be presented to me as minister to put in the overall government budget as to what the expectations of the port will be for 2022 and 2023. The budget that, if I understand correctly what you're saying, that budget can never be presented to me in 2022 when we approved the budget in 2021 in December when we were approving the budget for the whole government for 2022 and 2023.
Well, I don't know what you approved, but it's right there in the minutes.
Hear me out. Now, but that's what I was trying to get you to clarify. Now, it can say that he admit that it was late in a board meeting that was in 2022, but it wasn't necessarily when he presented the budget, because that budget was presented to me before we went to Parliament. So I'm lost as to what you're saying. So for example, I can show you and the listening public how the context matters, because he could be late and having it ready for me as minister for the 2022 and 2023 budget to present to Parliament by a month, 2 months, or what have you. But as long as I got it in time to do my presentation in Parliament, then late budgets are not always a bad thing.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with you, Minister. But it was of such concern that the board themselves had to put it in the minutes with an explanation that it was late.
Okay, here's what I'm saying to you, right? I agree that a late submission has reason for the director to be saying, okay, whether the person is competent, whether they're following through with their job and all that. That's for them to decide. Not the board. The board is not responsible for the HR matters with a deputy director. Now they have to be informed. Hold on, let me finish. They have to be informed as to the performance of the whole operation. Now the board will say to the director, if they find that this performance is inadequate or not allowing the port to run functionally, then it's for them to talk to the director and say, listen, I don't think some of your staff is operating appropriately. Now you put a question out there to say, if this man is late on something that is his primary role, how could he be having an acting role on these other functions? It's a legitimate question. So the people who are listening now have to go back and say, do we have this person acting in the capacity of too many things when he has not enough employees in the first place? But here's the other thing why I put it in context for when. Because how many employees he had in 2021 could be totally different than how many employees he had to support him as the finance deputy acting or the acting deputy director in 2022, because hirings could have been done from then. So all the information in context gives a clearer picture. So when I ask them to hold them accountable, so just like the question you just pointed out to say, hold on, you have him acting and you just have a report in minutes to say that he was late because he had no staff. Why would you give him more work? And then they can come back to me and say, well, Minister, that was then. This is now. We've hired 4 staff or what have you. I'm just giving you logical situations to answer some of the questions.
Okay. Well, I've just confirmed from my sources that he's had the same amount of staff the whole time. So you double check it. Right, you double check it to satisfy your mind. Let me move on to another one. I got another screenshot for you. So this one now is section 6B of the PACI Board of Directors meeting. 6B, this is new business, medical marijuana policy, allowance policy. Again, this speaks to the point of the allowance. the acting deputy director of finance and facilities spoke about the allowance policy for PACI. This matter was dealt with at the 498th meeting, but the minutes of that meeting did not adequately reflect the board's decision. That's interesting since they signed off on it.
Who said that?
This is in a board. This is in another board director of the board meeting. I'll send all these to you.
Who said that the meeting
and the board minutes?
When you said no, hold on for a second. You're saying that in a board meeting, the board is saying that the minutes of that board meeting didn't accurately reflect
the minutes of the former meeting, number 498. Did not accurately reflect the board's decision. This is what the board is saying themselves. Okay. And that means that they would have signed off on those minutes?
Yeah, that is kind of funny because you're saying that you signed off on a board minutes. I mean, if what you're saying is correct, I'm only going on what you're saying.
I'm looking at it here in black and white.
I'm starting to be corrected, right? Because I'm only going based on what you're saying. And the country is getting a full raw situation of reality. So I don't know what letter you're looking at because I'm on the radio with you on my phone. But if what you're saying is factual, it sounds like the board is admitting that they've approved minutes that don't truly reflect their own decision. So I'll be happy to reflect on that as well and ask about that scenario. Okay?
All right.
Sandra,
let me continue reading from the minutes. I'm not finished. Yes, sir.
Sandra?
Yes, sir.
I'd be happy to answer the rest of them. Matter of fact, I would love for you to write out any concerns, see me in them, and send them directly to the chairman as to these queries.
Let me finish.
In a meeting.
Let me just finish this little paragraph about what they say, right? So they said members agreed to amend the 498th minutes to this effect. Mr. Richard Parchment moved a motion that the minutes be amended accordingly, and Mrs. C. Boland seconded, and the motion was passed.
Okay.
In previous years, hold on now, the budget for 2021, which in this case would have needed to be updated, was presented in January of the respective year. And we have the proof of that, so that we don't have to call it no speculation here on Mall Road. We have the proof of that being the case right here again in minutes. Proposed 2021 budget, the APD presented the proposed 2021 budget. Members reviews the proposed 2021 budget and approved it. This is what was happening before they tried to give Donovan every job at the board.
Okay. And as I said before, I think that these concerns could be things for the board to ask the director into performance of the individual, but it's not my place to question that, right? So just in wrapping up, Sandra, because I'm already half an hour late for my 10:30, which my staff is probably listening to, but I do want to answer concerns that you have, because sometimes I don't always get the information. And if you have inside sources of information that you think are based on your findings is wrong, I'd be happy to investigate them through the proper channels, through the chairman and the board and down the rank. But I'm not going to get involved in any other capacity, right? Because that would be inappropriate. So I'm happy to answer the rest of them. Obviously, I can't be on the radio for the rest of the time because it was unscheduled. And I'm happy to come on when you send those questions and I can get the proper answers to them, okay? Right. If there is legitimate answers that can be given in respect to the topic.
Well, if you can't get any legitimate answers, it's time for you to look at the board. Seriously.
No, but sometimes theories that, I think that, let me ask you something before I wrap up.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's fair when you say board members, because you have friends that are good people that you
it don't make no difference to me? Minister, let me set. I want to answer that question because that is actually
I haven't finished the question yet. But okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, let me answer that part of it because this is a very good point, right? And I want everybody to understand. This is never personal. I don't know nothing about Jackie. Don't take it personal. Yes, I have people on different boards who are my friends, but if they're not doing their job in the capacity of a board member, I don't care. If they're doing their job and they're being tainted by other members, other board members, likewise, don't take it personal. Disband the entire board and start from scratch.
Okay,
same thing with the Miss Cayman. Same thing with the Miss Cayman committee.
Yeah, and
everybody knows that Kevin Dawkins and I are friends. So when I make comments about the slackness of the committee, whatever, he should never take it personal.
Well, Kevin is not an official recorded member. He's a support staff to the board. So I think
I always heard he was a board member. So there you go. I don't even know.
But Kevin is a good person. So I wish him well in everything he's doing, right? But my point is that I think it would be fair to say that you don't think that every member is a bad board member. And I'm just
and I've never said that, but there's collective responsibility when it comes to the board.
And I agree. And if you have facts and information about particular people, specifically go about that person, because it's hard.
I think I've done that, Minister. I have said my specific concerns relate to Mr. Parchment and Jackie. I've said it before, and I'll say it again today for the record.
Okay. And I also added the second component,
the chairman of the board. Because the chairman of the board would be the one who's allowing these two to be on a rodeo of their own, a frolic of their own.
Okay. And I was just saying that when you say these persons,
they're even having sideboard minutes that other board members don't know anything about, Minister.
Well, it can't be a board meeting if it's a side meeting.
You sit there. You sit there. Right.
Okay. Well,
that's a good point. It shouldn't be a board meeting.
But it can't be official board meeting if it. I mean, here's the thing. There's an assumption here that the board members don't talk to each other outside the official recording of a board meeting. Now, somebody may say, well, boy, them 3 over there, or those 4 over there, or those 5 over there are friends, and you know that they kind of like each other. That happens naturally on any board. Now, this is where you sometimes have perceptions of things, and I'm not here to defend either way. But when you accuse somebody of something or make an allegation, you have to have facts, because it hurts people. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you should not hold to account and investigate. That's your job as a journalist. And I give you credit for that, because you're the best at it in the business, right?
All right, let's leave it on that note, my dear. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful weekend. I don't know, we're getting some kind of echo now as well, so I got my listeners complaining about the echo. But thank you very much, Minister. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. God bless and happy New Year to everybody.
All right. Yeah, I don't know where the echo is coming from, folks. It's not on my end, so I don't know if he was close to somebody else listening to the radio all of a sudden, or what was going on. Did he get in the car? I'm not sure what's happening. But anyway, that echo is getting kind of annoying. So it wasn't from me, but obviously you guys were hearing it. So what a hot mess. I stand by my positions as it relates to the port. You've seen us throw out some screenshots and some evidence this morning that substantiates exactly what my position is. Refer to minutes 507. Because that then says that although Donovan was late getting the minutes to the, what do they call themselves? The so-called board, they still didn't do anything about it until September. So they too were slack and complacent and non-compliant with proper protocol and procedure. This person says Jackie is the longest member on the board, only her, and the problems have existed for so long, and Kenneth has enabled it. So they claim that somebody was present at a board meeting that was not there, and it was a very, let me put it this way, strategic board meeting. How the hell? A board, they might not be recording it precisely, blah, blah, but how do you fabricate that someone was there that wasn't there? That is beyond acceptable. Listen, I did tell y'all that this is a new year, did I not? That this is 2023. And if y'all thought I was bad last year or the year before, the saltiness is going to next level. This is my country. This is your country, right? We can't allow it to fall down with lawlessness here, there, and everywhere. Whether it's board members, Whether it's civil servants who are appointed to these positions, a lot of them have enjoyed for far too long protection for their foolishness. It has got to stop. The politicians, oh, well, we can't do nothing but them, but we, the people of the Cayman Islands, will do something about them. We will out their bad behavior. Samuel Rose, hello, sir? Are you there? I need you to take some action, and you know what I'm talking about, on a few current situations that you are working on. Because that is coming next. The people of the Cayman Islands need to know why we have so many people on unpaid leave, 4, 5, 6 months plus, getting a full paycheck every single month. Mr. Franz Manderson, Deputy Governor, this is your responsibility now. All these people are getting paid. Aduki Caesar, I got the full list. It's coming next week. For years. And they're not working. This is not value for money in this country. If you have an allegation against someone and you want to put them on leave, you better be prepared to prioritize the investigation and wrap it up. You can have somebody, Aduki, let me double check my CMR website and tell you how long she's been out now. At least a couple years. And they can't figure out what to do with her. And you know she done lawyered up. October, this was, let me see here now. Deputy Director at the prison suspended for the second time in 5 years. They screwed up the first time and had to pay her millions of dollars and still give her job back. October of 2019, we're now in 2023, and this woman is still on leave. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We got a problem in the civil service. And the list is long, and it's interesting that it seems to all be women. Even Beth McField, since she's left the port, when did she leave the port? She is still unpaid leave, doing nothing. This woman is qualified with a master's degree. Protocol office. There's a, listen to me. We'd be going until 2:00 this afternoon if I pull out that email. It's coming next week. So I think the powers that be need to start and put their ass in gear and start getting on with their jobs. We're going to hold the civil servants accountable where they're supposed to be held accountable. The problem when you appoint board members, committee members, whatever the hell you want to call them, who you cannot hold accountable, you can't fire, dismiss, and get rid of when you definitely need to be doing so, right? Friend business, political payback, and all this kind of foolishness. It has got to stop. Stop putting people in positions who have ulterior motives. Everybody know Jackie wants to run in the next election. Good luck to her. She better try and find something else to do. So she thinks now that she can pull all kind of political thing through I ran the port for how many years, and now you guys must elect me as that. Then lawn people outside getting on my nerves now. You guys must elect me to public office. Not on my watch, honey child. That's not gonna happen. You see? Y'all need to be careful. These people with so-called political aspirations who don't really have the country's best interests at heart, be very careful putting them in these appointed positions as board members. They are part, and a big part too, of the problem with these authorities. Pure slackness, no accountability. They run in there and they feel like they can do whatever they want. And the ministers are afraid of shaking things up. That port board should have been dismissed a long time ago, just like the Miss Cayman committee. And like the minister said, I got friends who are on the board ask me if I give a damn. Because my friend's not a part of the problem. And even if they were, they need to go to. Because it's not about no friend business. Not here. This show is called The Cold Hard Truth, folks. I not business with no friend. Because my real friends understand my remit is to speak the truth and shame the devil. And if the truth involves them and their behavior, well, so be it. We got to do better. And this government is halfway through their tenure now. So I tell you what, and not going to be long before the next election is upon us. And if y'all think I'm salty now for 2023, you wait till election season, because enough of them gonna have stuff to answer to. They're coming here begging you for your vote, and they did this, and they did that. And I said, oh, really? Why weren't you coming on in the past 4 years when the people been begging you to come on and talk to them? A mouth is there to chat, and that's all some of these politicians do. Let me drink my little water. Oh, Liana says bruises on the knees. What's going on with your knees, honey child? Miss Brenda says mafia style. Come on, Sandra. You know how they all conduct their business. Call them out. Not just some, all of them. Let's be fair. All of them. Time to expose, name, shame, and blame. Well, we're not taking no prisoners. Everybody's fair game if they're not doing what they need to do. Is she going to run against Saunders? Well, how the hell is she going to run against Saunders? Isn't that her uncle or cousin? She's not going to run against him, honey child. I guess she'd know better than that. Too many relations around the place too, you know. I keep telling you people, I don't like these relations. Too much mix up, friend business, family business. Like I tell them, I got a phone call too. Oh, name any board you want to be on. I said, no, thanks. What I need to be on a board for? So y'all can keep me silenced? I don't think so, Bobo. I'm good. Right here. We all good. Sandy Hill don't need to be on no damn board. Not that I couldn't do a better job than some of the fools you have put on there. And I've been on a board before, back in the day. But that's okay. I'm good right where I am. Because when these boards start acting up, my mouth would be tied and sewed shut. Because all of a sudden, oh, well, Sandy's on that board, so she can't divulge nothing. I say, where's she getting her information from? Well, they're still asking where I get it from, but then I'm none of their business. Now I tell them, none yet. This person said, I'm not sure what you ate in Jamaica, but boy, you're on fire. I'm going to walk the straight and narrow path in 2023. That's a very smart move. Well, this caller says, this listener to the program says, you have the biggest balls in Cayman, Cayman Bracken, Little Cayman. They feel that the minister is being a spin doctor and he's not up for the job. Simple. How can he be a regional appointee when he can't fix his own house? And why has he not disbanded the Miss Cayman committee yet? And they say they got family members on the committee. But like me, they're not business with that. Make them go as well. When I tell you that this port situation is a mess, believe me, when I reassure you that it's no lie. Yeah, someone says maybe I was getting that feedback because I was being recorded. Well, they don't have to record it. The show is recorded on YouTube and Facebook. Knock yourself out. You want me to send you a cleaner recording? I can do that too. So there's no need to record me and cause feedback on my airwaves. They say she's Chris Saunders' first cousin, Jackie. Well, I mean, I'm business with who she's family to, but I think the family relationships can cause a problem. Why is it that only her and one other board member were the only two that they could not get rid of? Let's not forget that that's why Joey Woods resigned in the first place, because of these two fools constantly dabbling in the affairs of the port. Now, Richard and Jackie, like I said, don't take it personal. I have nothing against you personally, but the job that you have done on the port, at the port, leaves a lot to be desired. You need to remove yourself from the board if the minister doesn't have the testicular fortitude. Guess what? It's almost midday. Let's call it what it is. If he doesn't have the balls to take you out, do the right thing for your country and step down and do it yourself. But oh no, we're never going to get that because it's all about the money and power and trying to position yourself talking about you going to run for political office. Don't fool with that, honey child, because that's not going to work out in your favor. This person says people, MPs, directors, etc. in these capacities need to avoid the mere perception of impropriety. Yes, thank you. And they don't, oh God, they're horrible. And the minister can say whatever he wants about what am I trying to imply about Donovan and this woman, Jackie. Listen, the implication is not for me to make, but the streets are talking about the appearance of something improper here. Because nobody understands how a non-Caymanian can have such power at the port. He's more powerful than the port director. And it's because the board, specifically Jackie, whatever the heck her last name is, I already know what it is these days, have given this man this power. He gets anything she wants and vice versa. How is that possible? Meanwhile, the real worker bees at the port are barely hanging on by a thread. There is a damning, and I mean damning, security report that nothing has been done about to this day. This board hasn't touched it. The new port director has not remedied the situation and done nothing. And they're going to wait till one of our poor Caymanians, the same people that the minister is saying is his hardcore supporters, and those are his people, they're going to wait till one of them gets killed on the job, which you could argue has already been done. Remember the man who fell down the thing 2 months later, he was dead? It wasn't a coincidence. They're going to wait till another one gets killed at that port. And then the UK say enough is enough and they take over the freaking port. That's exactly what's going to happen. Serious security concerns, safety and security, and they have done nothing about it. That's what I'm worried about here. Real life and death issues. It's unacceptable. Here you again. Minutes 5:03, dated June the 16th of 2022, Donovan presented the revised figures, because he's not going to have time to be doing his real job, in June, and it contained revisions relating to salaries, because that's all he worried about. Acting more money on the backside of the people of the Cayman Islands. Do your core job. The bottom line here, folks, is the port continues to stink to high heaven, and it's not a good situation. It's going to cost the people of the Cayman Islands if we are not careful. It's going to cost the life of one of these Caymanian guys. And a lot of them work hard. They're trying to support and feed and put food on the table for their families. But their safety is being compromised. And I cannot sit back and know that this stuff is happening at the port and say nothing and turn a blind eye to the situation. We've been on this topic before. And here we are again in the new year because my position is nothing has changed. It's quite sad. We want a world-class civil service? All I can tell you is we got a lot of work to do. Yeah. This person says, you're not saying anything that's not correct. You know more than me. He has too much power. Last year, the APD denied Hutchinson buying a new vehicle for the facilities manager, and now he's driving a new truck. Why? Because Hutchinson got it approved by the board, spending money like it's his. I'm telling you all, there is a relationship there with Donovan Hutchinson where this man can get anything he wants. And it's not in the best interest of the people of the Cayman Islands. So Jackie, you need to explain yourself. Mr. Who's the director of the port again? What's his name? CG? Please, you need to explain yourself. Because these things are not right. Yeah. We need to do better. And we, the people, are expecting you as an appointed board to do better. Jonathan Sam might like Nancy Grace. Oh, honey, child, what a hot mess. Atlas says she mean that they're down on their knees doing Lord knows what. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they need to get it together. Miss Brenda said, hell, Shari Spice. Me never went there this year, Miss Brenda, because I wasn't looking for baby number 2. Leanna says, vote for me. I'll legalize marijuana and gambling, blah, 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 but can't get 7 Mile Beach back to the people. What a hot mess. Can't fix immigration, can't hire Caymanians to clean up previous messes. Yeah, boy, I tell you what. Some of y'all in trouble come the next election. That's all I got to tell you. You better enjoy it while you can. Because you're gonna be on the outs, you know. I'm already telling you, West Bay got at least 1, 2, 3 seats up for grab out of the 4. Andre, we can talk, but I believe you are right. But you still need to communicate a little bit more with the people. But I know you're a good worker, and I know you're a good minister. Prospect, I must say, she has redeemed herself, and I'm still keeping an eye on her. But Sabrina been working, and I've actually heard really good remarks about her as minister. Some of the rest of y'all, you on quicksand, man. You sinking. Premier Panton, you need to get back in your rotation now. Premier Access, we're looking for you. Leanna say, need some rum. People wondering what's in my tea this morning. I don't even know what kind of tea this is. Let me tell you. I don't know. It says super blends. Only God knows what's in it. I keep it on a little cup warmer, so it's always hot. A lot of y'all need some help. I ran into someone yesterday and they said to me, oh, Sandy, do you think it's too early for me to come out for the next election? I said, yes. We're not at the halfway point yet. We're going to give these boys a chance, boys and girls a chance. But in the meantime, we have a responsibility to keep them accountable. That's the people money. You know? It's our business. It's our money. It's our affairs. So every time a civil servant is slacking off, every time government has 10, 15, 20 people on suspended leave, getting full pay, and they're not working for that money, that is a concern to me. Because I don't know of any job, even the hookers and the prostitutes y'all talking about at the local bars, honey, if they're making $50, if they're making $200, they got to work for it. Nobody not giving you nothing for free. And the problem is that a lot of instances they're putting good workers on leave because of some mix-up meow story and this and that. Political interference. They want claim that they're not politically interfering and stuff, but they know that I know better. And when it comes to that cabinet office and the civil servants over there, so they better get their shit together. Because I'm telling you, I am watching the situation with a keen eye. And when I have to spill the tea on that situation, y'all are not going to be happy. And guess what? I still like you, Bobo. Don't take it personal. Leanna said, can I run for election or should I run for election? Lord have mercy. She said, that's what it is. That super blend. Kaboom. I don't know what they put in that, but anyway. Yes, Cameron says some piam story. You understand? Good morning, Miss Lucille. So good to see you. There's just too much stuff that's going on. Right now, we have taxi workers who need the minister's attention. They've been trying to meet with him forever. Some of them called me the other day. Oh, Miss Sandy, can you get us a meeting? I said, but hold on a second, hello. I look like I got title of head of the government. They better try and pay me to do that friggin' job. Because I mean, I would do it well for them if they wanted my services. You know, we can't reach him. We're messing. The port over here is a hot mess. Miss Cayman's a hot mess. Minister, I don't want you to get distracted. Oh, yes. Chuck reminded me I need to wrap it up now. Plus, I got other stuff to do. I got my Cayman Voices interviews. All right. So listen here, folks. Next week on Monday, we have a special guest in from UCCI. This is going to be the first time that we're going to be hearing from the new president. Now, listen, this is good. I'm actually quite excited to meet him and to talk to him and to hear what his vision is for UCCI. Because y'all know UCCI has had their issues in the past. Now, they're on the path of redemption, and I have no issues, none whatsoever, with trying to give people a second chance. Sometimes you end up giving them a third, fourth, and fifth chance. All right, let's get on it. Fine. They're coming on Monday, so mark your calendar for that. Leanna said they could be head of news. Salvin says it's ironic that the minister in question gets Caribbean accolades and is submerged in two issues that cannot be resolved: culture, the Queen, and the port. You know, and to be fair to him, he's taken on quite a minister. But listen, he said he's up for the job. So if you're up for the job, honey child, we're gonna put you under the pressure. And like I said, don't take it personal now. Don't be getting salty with me, because you know how they get. They don't want to talk to me next week. They be all in their feelings. One thing I must appreciate with Kenneth, at least he calls in. Right or wrong. And sometimes people say maybe he should just be quiet, but right or wrong, he calls in. Miss Blondie, hey, Miss Blondie. Just says, thank you, Sandra, for being the B word. Oh, for having the balls. Oh, I was reading something else, Sean. I thought you were saying I'm Queen Bee, but that's okay. Either way, it would have been good. You're speaking up and out for us, Caymanians. May God bless you and your family. We need you. Thank you, Miss Blondie. So good to see you. Happy New Year. Miss Brenda says, is it just me or does anybody else find it disgusting that we're trying to discuss matters of importance to our detriment? And people on here keep posting irrelevant, nonsensical comments. I don't find it funny. If you can't make a useful contribution, shut up. Woo! Miss Brenda, what is in your tea this morning, honey child? No, just ignore Miss Brenda. Just keep scrolling. Everybody entitled to their little comments and opinions. Hello, Debbie. How you doing, sweetie? Happy New Year. She says, great show, Sandy. Well done. Cameron just says, cool, just cool, not Chuck. No, man, Chuck got stuff to do. And he's sitting there waiting in the studio for me to hurry up. All right, love you too, Perla. God bless. Miss Vernita says, if you're not here for the truth, then go where that's accepted. Miss Sandy Caymanian, trying to do the right thing for us. All you lazy ones who won't do it. What a hot mess. Anthony says, yes, he agrees with Miss Brenda, simply annoying and disgusting. Miss Vernita says, we need a Nancy Grace, Lord Jesus. Blue Mountain Coffee. I don't drink Blue Mountain Coffee, but Marlon got him some this trip. He's stocked up, honey child. Anyway, my good people, we are here. Remember the minister's thing? Cayman first. That's what this is all about here, folks. We're here for Cayman and Caymanians first. We got a lot of problems. It's 2023, and we got to get about the business of getting some stuff done. DJ Yo-Yo is in the house. He says it looks like Sandy put all that special magic Jamaican tea out of her luggage. Now, shit's really going to get serious. What a hot mess. DJ Yo-Yo, I'm going to put you in the spot. ¿Entiendes? Escúchame, por favor.
Hey Cayman, los saluda DJ Yo-Yo, The Energy, y estás escuchando The Cold Hard Truth con la voz del pueblo, Sandra Hill, todas las mañanas, 7:30 AM, only on Bobo, 89.1 FM.
Escuchando. Aha, beautiful. Here's your Daily Buzz brought to you by Kevin Watler. Big shout out to Kevin, Kevin, Renee, Kenyatta, all working in the background. Cayman first, says Cameron. Absolutely. You guys have a fabulous weekend. Tune in on Monday, bright and early, 7:30 a.m. Please be safe on the roadways. No drinking and driving. Oh, for the record, before we go, one more thing. Those of you who insist on breaching our laws, generally speaking, but specifically the ones that relate to handicap parking, this is the year that I am especially coming for you. You are going to respect that blue spot, and I don't care if you like it or don't like it. You see this one right here, so? Can't even park straight, parking sideways. Is that a Mercedes? Y'all are pure slack. We sent it, and this is what we're going to start doing. So I'm advising all of you now. We sent it to the traffic division at the RCIPS, and they're going to start ticketing you based on our photos. So all of you good citizens who believe in respecting the blue spots, if you see someone disrespecting it, take a photo, send the location, the time, everything. So the police came back and said, tell us when and where this was. And look, yeah, the person said, here it is, Tuesday, January the 3rd, 6 and 17 hours. Your iPhone has all this metadata, and it even had the little GPS point of exactly where it was. And here's the woman, here's the culprit walking to her car. Y'all are going to respect the blue spots one way or the other. And if it means that every single one of them is going to be reported to the police so that you can get a ticket, then bring it on. Okay? Bring it on. Burger King on Walker's Road on Tuesday. What a bunch of slackness. Poor handicapped people can't even go and get a burger and park in their proper spot because of you parking like that. And mind you, did you see all the empty spots that were surrounding this car? It's not like they couldn't park properly. Keep it up. Madam, I don't know who you are, but you're going to be getting a ticket from the RCIPS. And the rest of you who continue to ignore the blue spot laws, you're going to be getting ticketed too. We're going to start not just posting you on social media for the sake of naming and shaming and embarrassment. We're now going to be sending it to the RCIPS for them to ticket you. Get them some revenue while we're at it. Janetta says today's pot wasn't even boiling. It got dry up. Hot mess. Inspiring says, good job, Sandy. Keep it up. Many don't like your big mouth, but that mouth talk the truth. Well, honey chill. I'm a Georgetowner, you know. So me not business of what they like from what they don't like. Kung soup. Yeah. Oh, we need some good kung soup here today. Today, Friday. Kung soup day. Thanks, DJ Yo-Yo, for reminding me. Miss Brenda says, Sandra, this year we're getting a sex offender registry priority. That proper person. Oh my goodness, that would just make. Oh my God, yes, Miss Brenda. I got to start putting some pressure on this government again because we need that. Premier Panton, will you be the man? Now I know we put a lot on you, and I reckon you got some broad shoulders already. But will you be the man to finally put a sex offenders registry in place? I have high hopes. Miss Brenda, Georgetown, too. Miss Brenda, I think we might be family, and I might have to look that one up. Anyway, beautiful people, enjoy yourselves over the weekend. Like I said, no drinking and driving, because we get any more photos of y'all drinking, driving drunk. We're going to post that up too, and the police will arrest you. All right. Have a good weekend, folks. Be safe.
Hello, I'm Kevin Watler, and this is your CMR Daily Buzz. Here's a summary of some of Cayman's latest headlines. Davenport Development is offering $10,000 for information that leads to the arrest of 2 men who stole electrical equipment from a worksite. Co Group has again gone before the Central Planning Authority seeking permission to build a $12 million hotel on Kunk Point Drive in West Bay after their 2021 application was rejected. Following the news that Buffalo Bills defensive back Damar Hamlin went into cardiac arrest during an American football game, the Cayman Heart Fund is encouraging everyone to get trained in CPR and encouraging businesses to have AEDs. Now for your CMR weather update, it's brought to you by WG Charters. Sunrise around 7, isolated thunderstorms this morning, and then it will become mostly sunny later on, with the temperatures at 83 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity at 74% like the forecast calls for. It will feel like it's in the low 90s. Winds northeast at 10 to 20 miles per hour, and the sun sets at 6:02. At nighttime, the temperature falls to the mid-70s. Looking forward, similar weather conditions are expected. If you would like to know more on any of these stories, visit caymanmallroad.com or follow Cayman Mall Road on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. That's it for now on the Daily Buzz. Thank you for joining me. Please stay safe and God bless.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels and visit caymanmarlroad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.